Once upon a time, in a quiet town, I moved into a new apartment. I was excited to start fresh, but little did I know that something strange was waiting for me. As the sun went down and the shadows grew long, I began to feel a chill in the air. It was a feeling I couldn't shake. Every night, when I settled into my cozy bed, I noticed something odd. There was a face in the window, staring at me from the darkness. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as the nights went on, I realized this was no ordinary trick of the light. You see, no matter what floor I was on or how many lights I turned on, that face was always there, watching me. It had hollow eyes and a twisted smile that sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't understand why it was there or what it wanted from me. I was terrified, but I couldn't look away. I wanted to know more, to understand why this face was haunting me. So, if you're ready for a chilling tale of an uninvited watcher and a strange presence that won't let go, grab your blanket, turn down the lights, and listen closely. This is a story that will keep you on the edge of your seat, and you might want to check your windows before you sleep tonight. Don't forget to subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from in the comments. Now, let's dive into the eerie events that unfolded in my apartment. The first night, I was exhausted from moving boxes and unpacking. I flopped onto my bed, ready for a good night's sleep. As I lay there, I heard a soft rustling sound outside my window. I brushed it off as the wind, but then I glanced over. That's when I saw it, a pale face peering in at me, framed by the dark night. My heart raced, and I sat up in bed. Was I dreaming? I blinked hard, but the face remained, its eyes wide and unblinking. I quickly got out of bed and rushed to the window, but when I pulled back the curtain, there was nothing there. Just the empty street and the faint glow of a streetlight. I felt silly for being scared. Maybe it was just a trick of the light or my tired mind playing games. I tried to convince myself of that as I crawled back under the covers, but sleep didn't come easy that night. The next evening, I decided to keep the curtains drawn. I thought that would help me feel safer. But as soon as darkness fell, I felt that familiar chill creeping back in. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. I wanted to peek to see if the face would return. I fought the urge, reminding myself that it was probably nothing. But then, around midnight, I heard a soft tapping sound. It was gentle at first, like a fingernail against glass. My heart pounded as I turned to the window. I could feel the fear rising in my chest. I took a deep breath and pulled the curtain aside just a little. And there it was again, the face. This time it was closer, its features more defined. I could see the long, dark hair falling around its face and the twisted smile that sent chills down my spine. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I felt frozen in place, unable to look away. The face seemed to lean closer, as if trying to get a better look at me. I finally managed to tear my gaze away and ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face to wake myself up. This couldn't be real. After that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to convince myself it was just a figment of my imagination, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. I started avoiding the window altogether, keeping the lights on and the curtains drawn tight. But no matter what I did, I could still feel that presence, lurking just outside, waiting for me to look. Days turned into weeks, and the face never left. It became a part of my nightly routine. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening for the soft tapping that always came around midnight. Sometimes, I would hear whispers, too soft to understand, but they sent a shiver down my spine. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Was I really seeing this face, or was it all in my head? One night, I decided to confront my fear. I would stay up and wait for the face to appear. I set up my phone to record, hoping to catch evidence of whatever was haunting me. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, I felt a mix of fear and determination. I wanted to know what this thing wanted. When the clock struck 12, I heard the familiar tapping sound. My heart raced, but I stayed put. I could feel the air grow colder as I waited. I peered through the curtains, and there it was, the face, more vivid than ever, staring right at me. I felt a surge of anger. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice trembling. The face didn't respond. It just kept staring, its smile growing wider. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the room plunged into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, but it was dead. Panic set in as I realized I was completely alone, surrounded by darkness. Then, a loud crash echoed from the window, and I jumped back. I could hear the sound of glass shattering, and I knew I had to get out of there. I ran to the door, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. I could feel the presence closing in on me, the air thick with fear. I screamed for help, but there was no one to hear me. In that moment, I felt a cold breath on my neck, and I turned to see the face looming over me, its eyes filled with malice. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was being pulled into a nightmare. Just when I thought it was over, I woke up in my bed, drenched in sweat. It had all been a dream, or so I thought. But as I looked around my room, I noticed something strange. The curtains were open, and the window was wide. I felt a chill run down my spine as I remembered the face. It wasn't just a dream, it was real, and it was still out there, waiting for me. I quickly closed the window and pulled the curtains shut, locking myself inside. Every night after that, I tried to ignore the face, but it became harder and harder. I felt like I was being drawn into its darkness, unable to escape. I started to lose track of time, the days blending into one another. I stopped going out, stopped seeing friends. All I could think about was the face in the window. One evening, I decided to leave the apartment. I needed to get away, to clear my mind. I took a walk around the neighborhood, hoping to find some peace. But as the sun set, I felt that familiar chill creeping back in. I hurried home, but as I approached my building, I noticed something horrifying. There, in the window of my apartment, was the face, watching me from inside. My heart sank as I realized it had followed me. I ran up the stairs, my mind racing. I had to get inside and lock the door. I burst through the door and slammed it shut behind me, my chest heaving. I tried to calm down, but the face was still there, lurking in the shadows. I could feel its eyes on me, even when I wasn't looking. I grabbed my phone and called a friend, desperate for someone to talk to. But as I dialed, the lights flickered again, and I heard the tapping sound, louder this time. "Hello?" My friend answered, but I could barely speak. I stammered out what was happening, but I could hear the confusion in their voice. "Are you sure you're okay? It sounds like you need to get some rest." I hung up, feeling more alone than ever. I knew I wasn't crazy. The face was real, and it was getting closer. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I would find out what this thing wanted. I spent hours researching online, looking for answers. I learned about spirits and hauntings, and I found stories similar to mine. People who had seen faces in windows, who felt watched and trapped. I felt a connection to their stories. I wasn't alone. That night, I set up my camera again, determined to capture evidence. I sat in the dark, waiting for the face to return. As midnight approached, I felt a mix of fear and anticipation. I wanted to confront it, to demand answers. When the clock struck 12, the tapping began again. I felt my heart race as I peered through the curtains. There was the face more menacing than ever. I took a deep breath and shouted, "Why are you here? What do you want from me?" The face leaned closer, and I could see its twisted smile widening. I felt a cold wave wash over me, and the room began to shake. I was terrified but determined. I wouldn't let it control me anymore. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the room plunged into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, but it slipped from my grasp. I was alone, surrounded by shadows. I could hear whispers, growing louder, echoing around me. I felt the presence closing in, and I knew I had to act fast. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it towards the window, but the face was gone. I felt a surge of relief, but it was short-lived. The whispers turned into screams, filling my head with chaos. I couldn't escape the noise, the fear. Just then, the window shattered, and I stumbled back in shock. I was trapped in my own nightmare, unable to escape. I could feel the presence closing in, and I knew I had to fight back. I gathered all my courage and shouted, "Leave me alone!" The room fell silent, and for a moment I thought it had worked. But then, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, and I turned to see the face looming over me, its eyes filled with rage. I was frozen in fear, unable to move. In that moment, I realized the truth. The face wasn't just watching me. It was feeding off my fear. I had to confront it to take back my power. I took a deep breath and face to face, my heart pounding. "You don't scare me anymore," I shouted. The face paused, its twisted smile faltering. I could feel the air shift as I stood my ground. I was no longer a victim. I was a fighter. The whispers grew quieter, and the darkness began to fade. With one final shout, I declared, "You have no power over me." The face shrieked, a sound that pierced the night. I could feel the energy shifting, and suddenly, the room was filled with light. The presence dissipated, and I was left standing alone, breathless. I had faced my fear and won. The face was gone, and I felt a sense of peace wash over me. I knew I would never forget the terror it brought, but I also knew I was stronger than I had ever realized. As I sat in the light of dawn, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I had taken back my life, and I was ready to move on. I closed the curtains and locked the window, knowing that I had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. From that day on, I made sure to keep my windows closed at night. I had learned the importance of facing my fears, and I would never let anything or anyone take that power away from me again. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. I had conquered the face in the window, and I knew that I could face anything that came my way. I was no longer afraid, and as I closed my eyes, I whispered a silent promise to myself. I would never let fear control me again. So, dear listener, remember this story as you drift off to sleep. If you ever feel watched or trapped, know that you have the power to fight back. You are stronger than your fears, and you can conquer the darkness that lurks outside your window. Sleep tight, and may your dreams be filled with light. Every night after that promise, I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. The face in the window had vanished, but the dread lingered in the corners of my mind. I kept the curtains drawn tightly and the lights on. Yet even with that security, I felt like I was standing on the edge of a darkness that could pull me back any moment. A week passed peacefully. I adjusted to life without the haunting gaze watching me. I even had friends over for a small gathering one evening, something I hadn't done since moving in. They laughed and filled the apartment with a warmth I had missed. For a while, I forgot about the fear that had gripped me. But as night fell, something changed. The laughter faded with the light, and an unsettling stillness took over once everyone left. I locked the door, pulled the curtains, and tried to shake off the creeping feeling that was settling back into my stomach. As I prepared for bed, I felt an unnatural chill sweep through the air, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees in an instant. I pulled the blanket around me tighter, willing my body to warm up when I suddenly heard a soft tapping noise. It was faint at first, like fingernails grazing the glass. My heart raced as those sounds echoed in the stillness of my empty apartment. My mind raced, sifting through memories of the face, wondering if it had returned. The familiar gnawing fear crept back in, gripping my chest like a vice. When the tapping became rhythmic, I couldn't stay in bed any longer. I swallowed my fear and crept toward the sound. Each step felt heavier than the last as I neared the window, where darkness danced just beyond the curtain. I hesitated, standing still, trying to gather courage. The tapping continued, more insistent now, calling me closer. I finally drew the curtain back a few inches, and there was nothing but shadow outside. Just an empty street and the faint glow from the streetlight across the way. I could feel the tension in my shoulders start to relax, but I quickly reminded myself that I had faced the creature before, and it was clever. It could be playing tricks. I leaned closer, taking a deep breath, when suddenly the tapping intensified, almost like a pounding. I jumped back, heart racing. No, no, no. This can't be happening again. I slammed the curtain shut and stepped away from the window. I could almost hear my heart thumping loudly in my ears, drowning out every other sound. Then I noticed something even more unsettling. The reflection in the glass was not just mine. Behind me, in the reflection, I saw a shadowy form. I whipped around, but nothing was there. I turned back to the window, and my stomach dropped when I realized the reflection had shifted. A dark figure leaned against the wall directly outside, its features distorted by the shadow. Panic coursed through me, and I stumbled back, bumping against my bed. I felt the weight of something unseen pressing in on me, closing in like the walls were narrowing. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shaking with fear. I pointed it toward the window, praying I wouldn't find anything waiting for me. The beam of light pierced through the darkness, but revealed nothing. Just the empty street. I felt foolish for being so frightened. But then I heard a soft whisper, like a breeze carrying a secret. "Leave," it murmured, barely audible, yet chilling. The sound sent a cold shiver down my spine. I shined the light in the direction of the whisper, but nobody was there. My heart dropped, and I felt the urge to scream, but it caught in my throat. Instead, I turned my back on the window, but as I did, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, illuminating the window once more, and there it was, the face. It was different this time, pale, with eyes that seemed to glow eerily in the light. Its smile was wider, almost sinister, stretching too far across its face. I gasped, stumbling backward, trying to steady myself. Just then, one of my bags toppled over, spilling its contents across the floor with a loud crash. I screamed, the sound echoing through the quiet apartment. The momentary shock broke the spell, and I remembered the promise I made to face my fears. I couldn't let this thing control me again. I took a step forward, holding the flashlight steady, shining the light directly at the window. "Who are you?" I shouted, feeling a mixture of anger and fear. "What do you want?" The face lingered for a moment longer, then vanished. The silence returned, suffocating and heavy. I stood frozen, breathing hard, trying to figure out what had just happened. There had to be a reason behind its presence. The more I thought about it, the more curious I became. Determined to understand, I took out my laptop and began searching for local legends or stories about my apartment building. There had to be a history that explained the face watching me each night. As I scrolled through page after page of old news articles and forum posts, I found something unsettling. There were reports of strange happenings in this building going back decades. Stories of tenants feeling watched, hearing whispers at night, even seeing inexplicable figures through their windows. One story caught my attention, the tale of a woman who had lived in my apartment 20 years ago. She had claimed to see a face in her window, one that resembled her late husband. The more she watched, the more she felt compelled to reach out to it. Eventually, she became obsessed, and people said she started acting strangely, as if the face was drawing her into some kind of trance. I gasped as I read about how she had disappeared one night. No one had ever seen her again. The article concluded with a chilling thought. Sometimes the things we think are watching us are actually ghosts of our past, beckoning us into their darkness. Chills washed over me. Was that what was happening to me? Was the face in my window trying to draw me in somehow? That night, I resolved to be vigilant. I wouldn't give in to fear, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still watching, waiting for my moment of weakness. I kept the lights on and the curtains tightly drawn, determined to resist whatever grip it was trying to achieve over me. But with each passing night, the air in my apartment felt heavier, almost suffocating. In the quiet hours of the early morning, I would sometimes hear whispers slipping through the cracks, the very sound that had unnerved me before, but now they felt more insistent, more personal. One night, I woke suddenly, the weight of sleep lifting off me like a veil. I looked at the clock, 3:13 a.m. The room was dark, and I felt that same unease creeping in. As I turned, I was sure I'd see the face again. I braced myself as I blinked into the darkness, half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back. Instead, I saw nothing, just shadows. But then the whispers returned, louder this time, swirling around me like a storm. "Leave," they called, but the word echoed in and out like a broken record. Leave, leave, leave. I pulled the covers over my head, desperate to block out the sounds, but they seeped through the fabric, wrapping around me. I buried my head deeper, but the whispers grew frantic. Leave him, leave! Suddenly, the temperature dropped again. I could see my breath forming soft clouds, and I knew I wasn't just imagining things. That moment sent a jolt of fear straight down my spine. I felt paralyzed as I tried to rationalize everything in my head. Why would the whispers make it sound like I needed to leave? Where was I supposed to go? Courage spilled through fear like a wave crashing on the shore. I kicked off the blankets and bolted upright, eyes darting to the window. That face could be there, could be watching. Show yourself, I shouted, voice trembling but resolute. To my horror, a dark figure loomed closer, taking shape just beyond the glass. I felt sick with fear, but I couldn't turn away. The shadows swirled around it, twisting and bending until the figure was clearer, like a dark reflection of something familiar. Not just any darkness, a shadow of me. The reflection stared back, and I gasped as I recognized the features. It had my face but twisted, eyes wide and hollow, mouth stretched into that same sinister smile I had seen before. Leave, it said, my voice echoing eerily through the night. It was a version of me telling me to run away, urging me to escape the clutches of whatever haunted my mind. I felt dizzy, confusion battling against the fear that washed over me. I staggered back from the window as if physically pushed away, my heart racing. No, I won't. The words burst out of me, a desperate attempt to reclaim my identity. The dark reflection seemed to smirk, and the figure remained perfectly still, a predator, waiting for me to make my next move. As I stumbled back, I caught sight of something on my bed, an old, dusty photo. My heart skipped a beat as I walked towards it. In the dim light, I could see it was a picture of the woman from the story, the one who had lived in this apartment before. She was smiling brightly, yet I could see the darkness swirling behind her eyes, the same emptiness that lingered in the shadows of my own reflection. As I felt the cold grip of reality closing around me, I stumbled back, knocking over a lamp, the room plunging into darkness once again. Desperately, I grabbed my flashlight, illuminating the photo again. What happened to you? I whispered, feeling a strange connection. Had she faced the same thing? Was it possible that this entity was trapped not just by its own darkness, but by the shadows I carried within me? I knew then I had to dig deeper. I needed to know the truth behind that face haunting me and perhaps the shadow of my own self. I spent the following days researching every inch of history about the building and its past inhabitants. I visited local libraries, archives, spoke to neighbors, piecing together everything I could about the woman and her life. Then, one evening, as I sat in the library surrounded by old records and dusty books, something strange occurred. I flipped through a particularly old newspaper, and a familiar chill ran down my spine. There, in the faded print, was another article about the apartment. It detailed how strange occurrences had led to the swift disappearance of tenants, each following the same pattern. Each person had reported whispers, were drawn to the window as if something was pulling them in. But one line stood out most chillingly. Those who stare too long into the darkness risk finding what they fear most. Themselves. I held my breath, processing the gravity of those words. I was not just being haunted by a face, but by the very essence of fear and regret that lay buried within me. That night at home, I felt the weight of everything settling on my shoulders, the knowledge, the history, the echoes of the past. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring toward the window, the shadows swimming and swirling. Come on, I whispered to the darkness. Show me what you want from me. The whispering returned, but this time it was different. It wasn't just a command. It felt personal, as though it were digging into my past. Remember. I was enveloped in that moment, the sound wrapping around me like a tight embrace. Suddenly, images flooded my mind. Memories I had tried to forget, moments filled with sadness and regret, pulling me under. In the kitchen, I saw myself arguing with my parents, anger boiling over, harsh words spoken, promises broken. I saw a younger version of me crying alone, feeling abandoned. The face in the window was pulling at those memories, feeding on the darkness that festered inside me. As the visions became more intense, I felt the room closing in again, shadows flinging against the walls. I tried to push them away, but they surged back like waves crashing relentlessly. "Leave!" I shouted at the swirling darkness, feeling overwhelmed. "You can't have me!" But those memories wouldn't stop. I felt like I was drowning in regret, each painful moment replaying louder and louder until I couldn't take it anymore. I'm not afraid," I screamed, forcing the words through the chaos. "I will not be a prisoner of my past." At that moment, a blinding light erupted in my room, illuminating every corner and dispersing the shadows. I felt warmth flooding back into the space, and slowly, the whispers fell silent. The room felt heavy with energy, and for the first time, I felt a strange sense of clarity wash over me. I took a deep breath, recalling every moment I had unearthed during my search, the laughter, the love, the pain, and the healing. Then I understood. It was not just the face outside that wanted to haunt me. It was a part of me that I had hidden away, something needing acknowledgement. Repressing those memories wasn't going to free me. It was only feeding the entity that haunted my window. As I stood in the center of my room, surrounded by light, I began to feel an overwhelming force pushing against me from all sides. I was trapped in a storm of emotions, both raw and chaotic. The shadows that had once seemed so menacing now whispered for me to confront them instead of running away. Face the truth, they urged in voices that sounded familiar, yet haunting. Don't turn your back on what you've hidden. With each heartbeat, the light pulsated, and the room felt alive. I could sense that my fear was becoming fuel to whatever trapped spirit lingered outside in the darkness. I forced myself to think of the young version of me, the scared kid who sat alone on the floor, tears streaming down my cheeks after a fight with my parents. That part of me had been neglected, crying out for attention, and I wasn't listening. In that moment, I felt a shift within me. I had to merge the light and dark to understand what had haunted me all this time. Something snapped in me, driving me toward the window. The fear clawed at my throat, but I pushed through, inching closer. The chill returned, wrapping around my ankles like icy fingers as I approached. My breath fogged up the glass, but I brushed it away, staring out into the endless night. Just beyond the translucent barrier, shadows twisted and morphed, forming shapes that were eerily familiar. "Let me see you," I shouted, my voice steady, even as I trembled. The face appeared again, its features sharper this time, glinting with a malice I hadn't perceived before. But this time, it wasn't just an empty shell. It bore witness to my struggles, the pain I had avoided for so long. The whispering didn't vanish. It became a low hum, vibrating through the air, wrapping itself around me like a shroud. "Remember," it echoed, pulling me deeper into a web of my memories. Suddenly, I was swept away into a vivid scene, the familiar kitchen looming large as if I stood there again. The light was dim, shadows lurking around every corner. My younger self sulked against the counter, tears staining my cheeks, my heart feeling heavy as my parents fought just out of sight. Then, the atmosphere shifted, and I could see it as an outsider. My heart sank as I witnessed the harsh words spoken, the disappointment etched into their faces. I felt the weight of my past mistakes, every regret rushing back like sharp daggers piercing my heart. "Leave!" I screamed, but my voice echoed into silence. I was locked in this memory, unable to escape. With each passing moment, I felt the darkness swirling around me, reaching out as if trying to ensnare me. I closed my eyes, bracing myself, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was creeping closer. I opened my eyes, and the face also emerged through that darkness, watching, savoring my unraveling. "Do you want to leave this behind?" It hissed, the voice not just echoing through my mind, but reverberating through the very walls around me. Shadows seemed to pulse in rhythm with its words, growing larger, stretching outwards, encroaching on my surroundings. Yes, I gasped. But how? As I spoke, a surge of anger boiled up within me. I realized I was standing at that threshold for a reason. I had the strength to change this narrative. I had to confront the dark reflection of myself. "You don't control me," I shouted at the face, my voice gaining strength. "You don't own my past." The darkness recoiled, and the shadows twisted violently, like a wounded animal. The face blinked, confusion washing over its features. Then it grinned mischievously. "You think you can defeat what's been born inside you?" That twisted smile sent chills through me. Yet I felt something shift inside, a kernel of determination taking root. "I can, and I will. You're a part of me, but I refuse to let you take control." The entity's glow dimmed slightly, and I could see flickers of light along the edges of the darkness. My anger transformed into strength as I raised my hand toward the figure pressed against the glass. The light from my phone flickered with a golden hue, and I could feel energy flowing through my fingertips, a bright core igniting within me. In an instant, I struck forward, letting the warmth radiate from my heart into the room. I didn't just see the face. I saw the emotions that shaped it, the lost hopes, the quiet regrets, and the fear that festered in this apartment. "You are part of my past, but you can't dictate my future," I yelled, directing my energy toward the face until my heart felt like it might burst. The shadows wailed in defiance as I pushed harder. I could feel the weight of years of torment begin to lift as I stared into the eyes of my reflection. Then something shifted. The figure flickered, the features breaking apart, revealing more than just darkness. There was a flicker of light caught within. "Embrace me," it whispered, the tone almost pleading now. "Embrace what you fear." Those words hung heavy in the air, an invitation cloaked in despair. For a moment, I wavered, uncertainty seeping back in. Did I dare to entertain the notion that perhaps this shadow could guide me towards something deeper? I hesitated, but then, recalling the tears of my past and the memories that had shaped me, I realized there was truth in those fears. With every ounce of courage, I stepped forward, letting my hand touch the window, feeling the cold surface beneath my palm. Instead of fear, I allowed understanding to seep in, merging the shadows with the warmth of my light. The figure gasped, eyeing me with a mixture of shock and relief. The air thickened as I let emotions wash over me, sorrow and pain, regret and love. I spoke softly now. "I want to remember you." The face faltered, features beginning to shift into glimpses of my past. The times I laughed, the moments of connection lost but remembered. Each flash brought a new clarity, and the darkness twinkling with those tiny sparks of light began to unravel around me. "Yes, remember," it begged, the voice no longer sinister, but resonating with a longing that mirrored my own. I could feel the warmth blossoming around us. The face, once twisted with rage, now softened and started to contort into a familiar form. It morphed into what looked like a younger version of my mother, a gentle smile touching her lips. "Mom," I uttered, eyes wide. She nodded, and the shadows enveloped her, obscuring the true clarity of her being. "I've been waiting for you to see me, to understand the love beneath the fear. But I lost you," I cried, emotions erupting like a wave crashing over the shore. "No," she whispered, drawing closer still through the dim twilight. "You lost sight of the connection between us, but I'm here. I was never gone." Suddenly, everything around us burst into brilliant light, penetrating the shadowy corners of my room. Faces of family members and moments of joy appeared, swirling around us in a dance of light. Each one felt like a tiny spark reaching out, anchoring me to love and light instead of fear. "This is who you are," the figure urged, its voice imbued with warmth. "Face the darkness and remember the light." The haunting whispers began to fade, replaced by the sounds of laughter and joy, memories flooding back with every heartbeat. I felt the shadows retreat, flickers of light pushing away the encroaching darkness, rinsing my soul of everything I had held inside for so long. But then, like ice water racing through my veins, an unsettling realization crept through the warmth. What if my acceptance could only push back the dark for so long? And as if the universe heard my doubts, the light abruptly dimmed, and the room twisted once more. Shadows clawed at the edges, inching closer, and I spotted the face once more, its laughter cold and echoing through the air. You think this is over? You think you have conquered your fears? I turned back toward the figure, now the essence of my memory. Is there no escape? Only if you don't let go, it said, as the shadows twisted violently around it. You must learn to embrace both parts of yourself. The face grinned wider, and I could see it slowly breaking apart again, becoming unrecognizable, a cacophony of fragments swirling in a tempest. The echoes of screams filled my ears, and I understood this was far from over. The shadows were not just lurking outside. They resided within, waiting for the moment I wavered again. The true terror was that they were part of me, forever chained together in this haunting rhythm. A thought crashed into me. I needed to confront this terrifying truth instead of simply fighting it. I had to look into the abyss, embracing both light and dark as one. Then show me, I shouted defiantly, steeling myself as I turned completely to face the darkness, heart pounding with unrelenting do-or-die desperation. The room twisted and turned like a cyclone, pulling me back into the haunting vortex as the shadows danced like ravenous wolves. My heartbeat echoed as I stood my ground, forcing every bit of courage I could muster through my trembling body. Face me. Show me what I need to know. An eerie silence fell upon the space, and the swirling chaos slowed. At that moment, everything stilled, and the walls began to blur as though reality itself warped around me. I felt weightless, suspended in a void filled with shadows bearing down on me like a breathing entity. Slowly, the reformed figure emerged from the darkness once more, its features both familiar and unsettling. It resembled all the fear and regret, a representation of what I had buried so deeply. "Are you ready to welcome me in?" it whispered, voice barely audible but tinged with a twisted affection. With every ounce of willpower, I stood taller, determined to break free from the chains of my past and invite this challenge. I could feel the light within me, soft at first, steadily growing stronger, pushing against the shadow. Together, I said, voice steady but quaking as I laced my fingers through the darkness. The sensation was nearly unbearable, but I didn't pull away. "I will accept you. I will not let you dictate my life any longer." The ground trembled beneath me, and the shadows shivered in response. I felt a fiery heat well up from within, forcing the dark reflection to flicker and soften. "We will coexist." Suddenly, all the turmoil around me exploded, vibrant colors flooding the space as if dawn broke through a shattered twilight. The shadows melted away, replaced by a kaleidoscope of brilliant light, weaving memories of a life fully lived, both joyful and sorrowful. "I am ready," I declared with renewed courage, fighting against the pull of the ever-looming shadows. And as I took that step forward, fading shadows unraveled where they clung, chasing each other back into the void as my heart sang out every bittersweet memory. Just as I thought I achieved victory, a loud thud resounded at my window, bringing me back to that looming reality. I gasped, spinning around to find clarity twisted in grotesque shapes. The face reappeared, now furious, spitting with rage, its features twisted again into that malicious smile that sent chills down my spine. "You think you can escape?" I felt the energy surge within me again, raw and electric. "I won't be taken," I shouted defiantly, the conviction in my voice ringing true as I comprehended the depth of my power. The swirling shadows dwindled, collapsing into a whirlpool of energy around my feet. The face remained but was much more distorted now, as if my resolve reshaped it into something less tangible. "Face the truth of your heart," it shrieked, and for one dark instant, I felt doubt claw at my insides. But I fought back, anger exploding within me. You are nothing but my fears given form. And with that realization, I grasped tightly to that radiant light pulsing within me, the warmth invigorating every inch of my being. Leave me, I commanded, and the shadows, once grand and terrifying, now seemed fragile in my presence. They trembled, hesitated, and then began to retreat, dragging the sorrow with them unceremoniously into the fringes of the void as I summoned every drop of strength to push the darkness away. The face screeched, melding into indistinguishable shadows. I could feel my spirit challenging it, light consuming the darkness until it was nothing but an echo of what it used to be, the true remnants of my past, finally facing the new dawn. As dawn broke through my window, the chill melted away, and the dark figure faded into wisps of memory. I stood victorious, chest heaving, trembling but awakened. No longer was I the victim hiding behind drawn curtains. I was whole, but just as I began to feel relief wash over me, a familiar chill swept over me again, sending goosebumps racing down my arms. I knew it wasn't over. I could feel it, like a weight in the air that refused to dissipate. The remnants of darkness still clung to the corners of the room, and with every breath, I could almost taste their bitterness. I stepped back, scanning my surroundings, heart pounding, anxiety creeping in like fog, swallowing up a darkened street. Suddenly, from the edge of my vision, I caught a flicker of movement, something darting in the shadows outside the window. I turned quickly, dread washing over me, but there was nothing there. Just the moonlight pouring in, casting eerie shapes on my walls. Chill out, I muttered, trying to convince myself. But there was something unsettling about the way my chest felt tight, as if the darkness had claws wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. I took a slow step closer to the window, curiosity and fear battling within me like a violent storm. The glass felt cool against my fingers, and I couldn't help but press my forehead against it, peering into the night. That's when I saw it. A figure standing in the yard below, cloaked in darkness, obscured by the trees. Its shape was indistinct, shifting like the shadows themselves, but I felt its presence pressing on me, drawing out a primal fear nestled deep in my gut. "What do you want?" I shouted, voice trembling slightly, breaking the heavy silence of the night. The figure didn't respond, but I saw it tilt its head, a strange, unnatural movement that sent chills crawling down my spine. I balled my fists, ready to fight, but uncertainty clawed at my mind. Was this another reflection of the darkness I had just dealt with? Or was it something entirely new? Without warning, the figure stepped forward, and the ground beneath it seemed to darken, absorbing the moonlight like it was some kind of insatiable pit. "Leave me alone!" I yelled again, shoving my fear aside, forcing my heart to steady. But as the figure neared, my courage faltered. I could see its face more clearly now, and the expression that met my gaze wasn't one of malice, but of something far worse, pure inquisitiveness, as if it was studying me. I stumbled backward as it took another step closer, something deep within me screaming to run, to hide, yet my feet felt glued to the ground. The air thickened, swirling with energy that felt heavy and oppressive. "Who are you?" I whispered, desperation creeping into my voice. The figure paused, and for a moment, all was still. Then, in a voice that echoed like distant thunder, it replied, "I am the whisper in the shadows. I am the fear you laid to rest, but refused to let go. I'm done with fear." I shot back, trying to sound defiant, but my voice cracked, betraying my resolve. It laughed then, a sound that rippled through the darkness, chilling me to the core. "Done? You think you can simply walk away? The memories will always haunt you. I am what you refuse to acknowledge." The figure stepped into the dim light, and I recoiled as I saw a face that mirrored my own, an older version, worn and twisted by anguish. The eyes were hollow, filled with a desolation that echoed the depths of every regret I had ever felt. Panic soared within me as I realized this wasn't just another shade. This was my past, my failures embodied. No, this isn't real, I cried, shaking my head violently, desperate to wake from this nightmare. But it didn't fade. Instead, it moved closer, the shadows trailing behind like hungry beasts. It's very real as the pain you tried to erase. You think you can have a future without reconciling your past. I felt as if I were drowning in an ocean of memories, scenes of humiliation, of loss, of longing flickering through my mind like a broken film reel. Moments I had buried deep surged forth, suffocating me with regret. No, stop, I gasped, clutching my head as the onslaught of thoughts threatened to overwhelm me. Face it, the figure howled, its voice a roaring tempest within the confines of my mind. You cannot escape me. The shadow is a part of you. There's no freedom in denial. Suddenly, the air around me shifted, growing colder. The temperature dropped dramatically, and sorrow swept through me, filling the room with a deep sense of foreboding. My breath turned to mist, and I could see the shadows lurking behind the figure, creeping closer, drawn in by the disruption. I was no longer alone in this eerie setting. Shapes danced along the walls, flickering in and out of view, each resembling failures that haunted me. Flashes of previous arguments, lost friendships, choices made in haste. Why do you keep doing this? I yelled, frustration mounting. I'm trying to move forward. Moving forward requires acceptance, it countered, stepping even closer, engulfing me in its presence. You must learn to coexist with your fears. The air vibrated with a chilling energy as it raised its hand, pointing a trembling finger at me. And suddenly, I was pulled into another memory. I was in a cramped hallway, lights flickering as the shadows writhed around me, closing in tighter. This was the last argument. Remember? I could hear the muffled voices of my parents, the arguments turning louder and sharper, patterns of blame and resentment bouncing off the walls like echoes of thunder. The weight of their choices bore down on me, as if I could feel their disappointment wrapping around me. Do you want to be trapped in this cycle? The figure whispered, slamming me back into the present moment. Can't you see this is a loop, an echo of every moment of doubt? No, I screamed, struggling to break free from my memories, my skin crawling with the realization that they wouldn't let me go so easily. In all those years, it continued, how many times have you wished things were different? How often did you shy away from confronting the truth? The shadows flickered around me, darkening further, inching ever closer, feeding off my fear, growing, morphing into the specters of my failures. With a sudden burst of determination, I stepped forward. I can't keep blaming the past, I shouted, my pulse racing. I will not be defined by what I was. The being grimaced, shadows contorting in rejection. Yet every time you falter, you fall back to me. You treat me like a ghost. But I am here. I am real. You may be real, I shouted back, my voice unwavering. But you are not my future. You will not control me. The shadows raged around me, twisting violently. The reflection of my older self flickered, showing signs of anger and desperation. You can't erase me. It thundered, voice rising like a storm. Then in a moment of clarity, I realized the truth. I don't need to erase you, I said softly. I need to accept you. The figure paused, confusion flickering across its twisted face. Acceptance means allowing me to exist alongside you. Yes, I confirmed, heart racing yet resolute. Together, but not as enemies. With that thought, the room tightened around me, shadows swirling into a vortex of energy, vibrating intensely as the weight of my memories throbbed against me. I accept what I was, I cried, feeling something shift within. I won't run from you any longer. The shadows recoiled, hesitating, their essence shimmering and flickering, as if considering my words. Show me then, they whispered, a response in the air that crackled with fear and power. Slowly, the darkness twisted, contorting against my will, and the figure began to transform once more. Shadows broke apart, revealing the faces of all those I had lost. Friends, family, and even moments of laughter buried under layers of sorrow. "What are you doing?" It growled with disbelief, the anger in its voice dissipating slowly. "I'm bringing them back," I declared, feeling the warmth steal over my heart. "Their memories can coexist with mine, but I will not be swallowed by sadness any longer." As those beloved faces began to dance in the fading shadows, bringing light into the corners of my mind, warmth surged throughout the room, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The air around me crackled with energy, warmth radiating through every inch of my being. And then I felt it, the first touch of true acceptance washing over me, soothing the jagged edges of my memories. "You're still part of me," I said, voice steady, "but I will not be shackled by my past." With those words, the figure gave one final wrenching howl, shadows twisting away, succumbing to the brilliant light that flooded the room. The darkness began to fragment, dissipating like mist under the warmth of dawn, the strange figure retreating back into familiar shapes and faces. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I finally felt free within my grasp. I faced the window, sunlight pouring in, illuminating every corner. I looked out into the world beyond. It felt fresh, inviting, full of possibilities. But just when I thought I had won, a sharp coldness snapped through me. A shadow lingered just beyond the trees, darker than the rest, a cloying presence that seemed to observe me with chilling intent. Squinting out into the daylight, I realized that the darkness had not completely vanished. It lurked away from sight, holding onto the edges of my reality. I took a deep breath, heart racing, understanding now that facing the darkness was not a one-time deal. It was a continuous fight, a dance with the shadows. As the sunlight flickered, illuminating my space, I came to grips with the unsettling truth. The shadows may retreat, but they wouldn't truly disappear. The real challenge lay ahead. They would test my resolve, lure me back into despair, whispering lies that would pull at the corners of my mind. Determined, I closed my eyes, feeling the warmth flood through me once more. I wouldn't allow that dark figure's grip to reclaim me. I opened my eyes, standing strong in my new resolve. "I will confront you," I declared to the lingering darkness outside. The shadows shifted uneasily in response, and I could sense their frustration. "I'm not afraid of you anymore," I said, ready to face whatever came next. The real fight had only just begun with the lingering darkness outside. From the corner of my eye, I noticed how the shadows cast eerie shapes, shifting against the sun's light. Each wave of darkness seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, drawing me in, daring me to step outside. The air grew thicker as I slowly moved toward the front door. Taking a deep breath, I gripped the handle tightly, expecting the door to creak with resistance. Instead, it swung open with a swift, unsettling smoothness, as if the house itself sighed in anticipation. Stepping outside, I felt the chill of the wind slice through me, a stark contrast to the warmth of the afternoon sun. The sky was painted in ghostly grays, clouds swirling overhead as if a storm was ready to break at any moment. Each step I took felt both like a triumph and a risk, a challenge to the shadows that might still lurk. The yard, once familiar, now felt foreign, every blade of grass awash in an ominous hue, unsettling in its stillness. I ventured further, crossing the threshold of my home into the terrain where my fears lay coiled. I strained to hear any sound, any indication of life, but the silence felt suffocating. There was a weight, something heavy and dark pressing down, wrapping around the reality of what I was facing. Suddenly, from a grove of trees at the edge of the yard, a low, dismal moan echoed, hollow and forlorn. It reverberated through the air, sending chills racing up my spine. I spun around, scanning for the source of the sound. The branches above swayed gently, but there was no wind. Unease coiled tighter in my gut as the moan crescendoed into a shriek, piercing the stillness and freezing me in place. "Is anyone there?" I called out weakly, voice quivering, but my words were swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Just as I turned back toward the trees, a figure flickered at the edge of my vision again, more distinct this time. A slender silhouette wrapped in shadow, barely illuminated by the reluctant light of the dying sun. Against my better judgment, I moved closer, drawn by an invisible tether, heart racing with both dread and curiosity. "Show yourself," I demanded, the quaver in my voice betraying my bravado. As I ventured deeper into the grove, the temperature plummeted sharply, a biting cold gnawing at my skin. The shadows undulated around me, as if they had a will of their own, curling around my ankles like tendrils. Then, amidst the thickening gloom, I saw it. A face emerging from the darkness, distorted and malicious, grinning with pure glee at my fear. It held the malevolence of everything I had fought against, the embodiment of every shadow I thought I had swept away. "You want to play?" It taunted, voice dripping with mockery. "We've only just begun." I took a step back, dread boiling into panic. "No, I won't let you manipulate me," I shouted, trying to dispel the fear gripping me tightly. "Let's see how long that lasts." It sneered, and the ground beneath me trembled slightly. As if fueled by my doubt, the shadows danced wildly, swirling up to form more shapes in the air around me. Figures from my life, each with their own expression of anguish and despair. Each face was a reminder of my failures, regrets personified coming alive within the dark. I recognized the faces of old friends, family, and even former lovers, all twisted in sadness, their eyes dull and hollow. They reached out toward me, fingers stretching into claws, silently pleading yet condemning as they merged with the darkness. "You can't escape your past," the shadowy figure taunted again, growing bolder and more defined within the chaos, its laughter thrilling in my ear like the crack of a whip. "You can't outrun the choices that haunt you." Struggling to remain centered, I remembered my newfound strength, the light I had embraced, and took a breath, forcing the words through gritted teeth. "I can change. You don't define who I will become." The figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the grove, intensifying the storm brewing overhead. "But I am part of you," it hissed, stepping forward until I felt the coolness radiating from its form. "We are one and the same, bound by fate." Everything within me screamed to flee, yet I stood my ground, locking eyes with this embodiment of terror. There was power in that fear, a twisted strength I could either succumb to or harness. "You're wrong," I replied, voice steady now. "I have the choice." As those words left my lips, something inside me ignited, a flicker of defiance sparking against the overwhelming dread. And suddenly, the ground shook violently, shadows whipping around me like a tempest. The figures started to fade, momentarily losing their shape, anxiety flaring in their hollow gazes as my resolve crystallized. I focused on that inner light, drawing from the memories of love and laughter, anchoring myself in what had been beautiful and good. "Leave me be," I shouted, summoning every essence of hope I could muster. "You will not control my future." The shadows hesitated, swirling in confusion, and my own confidence surged like a tidal wave. I pushed forward, guided by determination, and reached out towards the twisted figure. "Together, you and I can become something new." With each phrase, the shadows grew lighter, their forms shimmering and flickering as if they were unsure how to respond. The energy around me shifted, growing closer to warmth and light. But just as the darkness began to splinter and retreat, a horrific roar erupted from the depths of the grove. An entity, born of nightmare, surged forward, a mass of swirling darkness twisted with rage. It loomed over me, its form shifting constantly, as if it fed off the fear coursing through my veins. This was not just a manifestation of my inner turmoil. It felt like something ancient, something that existed well beyond my own consciousness. "Foolish child," it bellowed, voice echoing all around me. "You think you can define your existence? You think light can erase the darkness? Light doesn't erase," I declared over the roar, heart pounding furiously. It transforms. In that very moment, I could feel my power melding with the dwindling shadows, a whirlpool of energy coiling around me. I realized that I wasn't just fighting against the darkness. I was battling for my very soul, a confrontation of identity itself. With a fervent cry, I wrapped my hands around the energy swirling around me, embracing it fully. I am here, and I will not let you claim me. The storm raged, shadows clashing violently with my defiance, swirling against the rising sun. I could feel time stretching, every moment feeling like an eternity as the battle reached its climax, darkness thrumming with unyielding fury. But beneath that chaos, I felt the warmth flickering brighter, the whispers of hope intertwining with my spirit. I embraced the light within me, letting it radiate like a beacon. "Accept me together," I shouted as the very ground shattered beneath me, fissures of light erupting through the darkness like veins shedding the weight of despair. Then came the moment of truth. A blinding flash exploded into existence, competing against the shadows, and for a heartbeat, I saw both sides colliding. For a terrifying instant, I felt as though I was being ripped apart, my body torn between the shadows aiming to consume me and the light intent on saving me. But then, all the shapes and whispers harmonized into one clear voice. We are one, shadows and light. We are strength and sorrow. We are the truth of our being. In that moment of unity, the shadows flickered, wavering against my flame. No, the darkness screeched, its hollow voice echoing like a death knell. This is impossible. Everything fell still, the storm quieting, the battle at a standstill, and I felt liberated. The warmth of acceptance flowed through me, cleansing the remnants that clung to my heart. And as I pressed forward, arms wide, I invited the shadows in, embraced them, not as enemies but as facets of my existence. You will not consume me. Together, we will thrive. With that, the darkness recoiled, shadows retreating in an endless night as they rendered their power null and void. The figure, still out of reach, twisted and shrieked, but I could feel the tendrils pulling away, retreating into the depths from which they came. I was free, no longer shackled by fear, but empowered by the acceptance of who I had been and who I could become. But even as the final remnants of the oppressive force receded, a sinister whisper trailed at the edges of my consciousness. This is only a reprieve. The shadows will return when you least expect it. I opened my eyes, panting, adrenaline coursing through my veins as reality settled back around me. The storm overhead rumbled ominously, and a dark cloud hung low, as if waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. But deep down, I understood I had only begun my journey. This battle may have concluded, yet others awaited, lurking just beyond my sight. Looking back at the stretch of re-emerging sunlight, I realized the shadows were forever close, their presence a part of my existence. Yet it was the light that would lead me forward, navigating through every doubt, every fear, every moment that might try to ensnare me again. Nothing was truly over, but I was ready. More than ever, I was prepared to face the darkness intruding upon my life because I was no longer alone. I was wholly equipped with the knowledge that shadows exist alongside light, a balance I was willing to embrace, whatever it may bring. My journey. This battle may have concluded, yet others awaited, lurking just beyond my sight. Braving the uncertain sky, I turned from the haunting grove and began to walk back toward my home, each step echoing with the whispers of my fears. The path felt different now, fraught with tension, and shadows draped over the familiar landscape like a sinister cloak. My heart thudded loudly in my chest, a reminder that my battle was not just internal. As I approached the front door, just barely cracked open, a gnawing chill clawed up my spine. From somewhere deep inside the house came an unsettling rustling noise. Not the gentle breeze or the rustle of leaves I had expected, but a strange, unsettling sound that seemed to echo from deep within the walls. It was a guttural noise, like a low growl mingled with soft whispering. "Hello," I called out, voice trembling, but the sound merely deepened, slithering across the floorboards like a malignant shadow. I hesitated, the weight of trepidation pressing down on me like a leaden shroud. The door creaked as I pushed it wider, revealing the dim hall beyond. Dust motes floated in the low light, swirling like a cloud of tiny phantoms, and the air felt thick, too still, as if time itself had paused. I stepped inside, breath hitching as I noticed something moved in the corner of my vision. Just a flicker, but enough to send icy tendrils of fear snaking through my gut. I spun around quickly, but nothing was there. Just the walls, which seemed to groan with age and discomfort, pressuring me into the silence. The rustling grew louder, undulating through the air like an ominous threat, pulling me further into the house. Each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet felt accusatory, drawing me deeper into the shadows that now clawed at my consciousness. "Show yourself," I shouted, though I could barely muster the courage to keep my voice steady. "I'm not afraid of you." But only the echo responded, bouncing back through the empty hall, mocking me. Then the growl came again, closer this time, reverberating low and threatening, like something awakening from a long and restless slumber. Heart racing, I took another cautious step forward, compelled by a mix of fear and curiosity. The air thickened as I approached the living room. The shadows writhed, elongating across the floor, curling around the furniture like serpents. When I finally entered, I was met with an eerie silence, the kind that drapes itself over a room like a heavy curtain. The shadows seemed to pulse, enveloping the corners of the room, making everything appear grotesque, warped by the darkness. I peered into the depths. Was that a figure lurking in the far corner? My breath caught in my throat as I strained to see, but just as quickly, the figure dissolved into the shadows, dissolving like smoke in the air. Sweat trickled down my back, clarity turning to confusion. Had I really seen something? Had I imagined it? The more I questioned, the more unsettling the atmosphere became, the walls pressing in as if the house itself demanded a price for the awakening of its darkness. Then, abruptly, the lights flickered overhead, plunging the room into deeper darkness. Strands of shadows darting past me, twisting into shapes that appeared almost human. Chills swept through me. I was suddenly overwhelmed by the sense that I wasn't alone in that room, that something wicked brooded behind me. "Who's there?" I whispered, dread coiling around my heart. In the stillness, I could hear my own voice trembling against the loud ticking of the clock in the hallway, reminding me that time was running out. Then came a sudden, low laughter, echoing, mocking, like a playful spirit toying with its prey. "You've come back," it said, the voice soft and serpentine, wrapping around my mind, sending shivers coursing through my body. "We missed you so much." That laughter twisted like fingernails on a chalkboard, reverberating against my thoughts. "I'm not afraid of you," I declared, but felt the words tremble as they escaped. My confidence began to dissolve in the face of this creeping dread. A figure materialized slowly, emerging from the shadows, a grotesque paragon of despair, a disheveled semblance of myself from a darker timeline, clothed in tattered remnants of memories I had struggled to bury. Its face twisted into a smile, a distorted reflection of my own, eyes glinting malevolently like two dark stars in an abyss. "Look at what you've created," it jeered, voice chilling and drenched in malice. "You've invited me back. You will never be free." Before I could respond, the figure lunged closer, and I stumbled back, heart pounding fierce and wild. Walls shrieked as they breathed in the anguish of our confrontation, shadows spilling out over the floor like rivers creeping closer to drown me. I searched for an escape, wishing to bolt away from this twisted version of myself, but every attempt to flee felt like racing toward a dead end. I was trapped in a web of darkness I had only begun to understand, suffocating amid its insistent grasp. "Face it," it rasped, stepping forward as the temperature dropped drastically. "You've always been here, beneath the light. You are nothing without us." Fighting the urge to break down, I clenched my fists, focusing all my will into a single surge of defiance. "I won't let you win," I spat. "You are just a memory." With every ounce of strength I could muster, I began to remember the happiness, the moments that had once filled my heart, the faces of friends bathed in sunlight, laughter spilling out like music. I held on to that warmth tightly, pushing back against the chilling aura of the shadow that tormented me. "You think light can save you?" "Foolish," it howled, the shadows far too alive now, swirling around my feet like mist, rising higher and claiming my shadow for their own. The room trembled, shadows blending into the walls, forming a fortress around us, a prison of despair. Yet within me, the flicker of resistance burned brighter, igniting an inner flame that threatened to pierce the stifling darkness. Why was I still fighting? Why did I refuse to surrender? Listening carefully, I recognized the truth within the chaos. This wasn't just a battle of light against dark. It was about merciless acceptance of the light and shadow together. "Join me," I shouted into the dark abyss. "We can coexist. You are not my enemy." For a moment, the corridor froze, anticipation crackling in the air. The distorted figure halted mid-pounce, confusion flashing across features corrupted by misery. "What does that even mean?" "Let me show you," I urged, desperate to reach that part of myself lost within the pain. Shadows hung ominously, but beneath their weight, I whispered the truths I had learned, shared the light I had nurtured within me. "You're not alone," I said, voice trembling but steady. "We are together, battling through every storm." The laughter faltered, the atmosphere holding its breath, and for a brief moment, I felt the shadows hesitate, flickering uncertainly around me. "Would you really accept me? After all this?" It murmured, voice cracking, a barely discernible echo of vulnerability threading through the malevolence. "Together," I affirmed, standing tall against the brewing darkness. "You are a part of me. I can't erase you, nor do I wish to. We can move forward as one." But just as that notion flickered in the depths of my mind, the shadows surged violently, drawing together with a will of their own. "You think I will submit?" It screeched, voice fraying into shrill madness. Suddenly, all around me, the walls began to pulsate, and a cacophony of whispers filled the space. Echoes of every doubt, every inadequacy I had ever faced. It felt as though the shadows wanted me to remember, to drown in their suffocating truth. "No!" I cried, raising my arms, fueling my inner strength. "I will not be dragged down." The laughter intensified, taunting, competing with the bubbling courage rising in me. "Then you'll suffer. You will see how hopeless you are." The shadows wove around my limbs, tightening their grasp, and despair surged forward, threatening to overwhelm me, but I could feel the light within warring against the desperation as I fought back. "Come to me," I yelled, drawing the warmth close as I withstood the pounding onslaught of my fears. "We will face this together." At that moment, the shadows recoiled. A flicker of light pierced through the swirling mass, illuminating everything around me just briefly. I saw beyond the shadows, glimpsing the glimmers of hope, memories rising in tandem with the darkness. They glimpsed at me as if beckoning for reconciliation. The balance teetered, and for an agonizing moment, I feared I could lose it all once more. Yet a new sensation erupted from deep within, an understanding that broke through the haze of dread. "You're not permanent. Neither am I. But we can shape our journey. Join me," I shouted one last time, reaching into the depths of my own spirit, the light pulsing against the heaviness of the shadows, striving for unity. The shadows hesitated, swirling nervously, retreating just as an initial wave broke against the shore. "You think this is the end?" they whispered, whispering with a chilling assurance, fading and shifting like smoke on the wind. If the shadows come again, I called out, voice steady now, "I'll be ready." With that, the darkness around me twisted and tore away, spilling out like a drain, pulling forth the remnants of despair and doubt, leaving a glimmer of hope shining anew in the space where everything existed. And still, I could feel it out there, lurking, a reminder of the battles to come, shadows painted on the edges of reality. The uncertainty of what lay ahead felt heavier than before, a whisper in my mind that resonated like a heartbeat. "Find strength in the light," I murmured, every word a promise to myself as I recognized the impending darkness was not gone for good. With the sun beginning to set against the horizon, I stepped out of the remnants of despair and stepped forward into the dim twilight, ready to embrace the fight. A shiver danced up my spine, and I took a determined breath, prepared to face whatever shadows awaited, the whispered shadows gathering just out of sight, waiting for the next shadowy encounter ahead. Whatever shadows awaited, the whispered shadows gathering just out of sight, waiting for the next shadowy encounter ahead. As I stepped outside, the night enveloped me like a cloak, the air thick with an uneasy tension that pricked at my skin. The chill was palpable, a biting cold that seemed to creep into my very bones, each gust of wind carrying a ready to embrace the fight. A shiver danced up my spine, and I took a determined breath, prepared to face whatever shadows awaited, the whispered shadows gathering just out of sight, waiting for the next shadowy encounter ahead. As the sun sank lower, the sky darkened, shadows stretching and creeping closer with each passing second. I felt the chill creeping back in, an ominous reminder of the night ahead. The street lamps flickered to life, bathing the path in weak and uneven pools of light, illuminating only what felt needed. The edges where darkness lingered seemed to writhe as if alive, feeding off my fear. Taking one last look at the house, the walls now silent guardians, I finally stepped outside. The air tasted metallic like an omen, and every step echoed ominously against the pavement. I could feel eyes watching me from the encroaching darkness, as if the silhouettes of trees on the empty street leaned in closer, eager to witness my unease. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the street, swirling leaves and debris into a frenzy. I halted, feeling the tendrils of the night clawing at my skin. Whispers danced along the edges of my hearing, words I couldn't quite grasp, yet the tone dripped with malice, beckoning and taunting me all at once. Were they the shadows reaching from the depths of my consciousness? Or perhaps the night itself? Hungry to consume the flicker of light that clung so tightly to me, I pressed on, the ground beneath my feet crunching softly, but it was a fragile sound, a facade of normality in an unsettling world. As I walked, I began to notice strange shapes forming along the edges of the pathways. Twisted branches and darkened forms morphed into faces, anguished and grotesque, whispering secrets of despair and sorrow. They grinned wickedly, watching with hollow eyes as I passed by, feeding on my growing dread. I felt trapped in a nightmare, a sense of pervasive dread that sank deeper with every step into the growing night. Beyond the trees, I glimpsed movement, figures darting just beyond reach, shadows shifting and reforming like phantoms. I forced myself to breathe, to deny the gnawing panic rising within. But as I approached an intersection, the shadows thickened, crawling closer, suffocating my spirit. Suddenly, a loud rustle jolted me, and I spun around to find nothing behind me. My pulse quickened, adrenaline racing, and I broke out into a run, feet pounding against the cold pavement. The air screamed with laughter, an eerie cacophony swirling around me, mocking the very essence of my fear. The figures around me danced, flickering in and out of sight, taunting my flight as if they were determined to claim me. Their whispers grew louder, becoming a chorus of despair that clawed at the edges of my sanity. "You can't escape us," they jeered. "We are always here." Panic surged as I stumbled and fell, scraping my palms against the rough ground. The laughter crescendoed, drowning out my thoughts, and I felt their chilling presence closing in like a net of shadows tightening around my chest. I scrambled to my feet, eyes wide with fear, hands trembling as I pushed myself onward through the spiteful murmurs. It was then that I noticed a dark figure standing at the edge of the park, silhouetted against the dim light of the crossing street. Frozen in fear, I squinted into the darkness. Was it real? The figure was tall and thin, movements jerky as if it was a marionette held by unseen strings. Its head tilted slowly, eyes blazing with a hungry light that pierced through the shadows, locking onto me like a predator settling on its prey. My breath caught in my throat. "Who are you?" I rasped, willing myself not to scream. It responded not with words, but with a gesture, beckoning me closer with a bony finger. No longer able to resist the strange pull, I hesitated before taking trembling steps towards the apparition. As I drew nearer, the silhouette shifted and began to materialize into something more horrid. Skin stretched too tightly over its face, a twisted smile where lips had once been. Its eyes glowed like embers in the darkness, burning with malice, drawing me into an intoxicating void where reason dared not tread. "You've come back," it whispered, voice dripping with unholy reverence. "You owe us a tribute." Images flooded my mind, memories of past failures, things I had buried, and all the regrets that haunted me now crawled into focus as the figure grinned wider at my distress. "You've always been one of us, haven't you?" it continued, voice slithering beneath my skin. "You can never escape the darkness." "Leave me alone," I shouted, but the words felt useless against the onslaught of despair the figure represented. The shadows around me slithered closer, pressing tightly, each whisper weighty with anguish. I could feel them suffocating me, wrapping around my thoughts, enveloping my mind with familiar dread. "Did you think you could just walk away?" it asked, tilting its head again, darkness pooling around its feet like spilled ink, each motion sinister and deliberate. There was something deeply unsettling about how it spoke, echoing the insecurities that lived within my heart. Suddenly, the form lunged at me, a blur of darkness, terrifying and swift. I barely registered the movement before I was thrown backwards, crashing to the ground as shadows danced around me, murmuring their cruel secrets. The figure stood over me, towering and unyielding, darkness spilling off its form in waves. I scrambled back, the cold ground biting into my skin, but the figure leaned down slowly, grinning with a malice that turned my stomach. "You will pay your tribute," it hissed, cold breath washing over me, tickling my skin with chill. I gasped, heart thundering in my chest, mind racing for a way out. "What do you want?" I pleaded, desperate to cling to whatever light remained in me. "In your heart lies the darkness, and you must offer a piece, relinquish a fragment of your fear," it purred, voice a soft caress that masked the grave threat behind the words. "Only then may you pass." Panic flooded through me, and the shadows slashed around my mind, wrapping their tendrils tightly. I had to fight back, had to resist giving in to the darkness. "No!" I shouted, shaking my head vehemently. "I will not give you anything. Then the shadows will consume you," it spat, the moment trembling with tension. The figure leaned closer, its form shifting and rippling, dark energy pulsing like a heartbeat. The laughter echoed once more, rising in a chaotic crescendo, mingling with the shadows that writhed with a life of their own. I could feel the walls closing in, constrictive and menacing, pressing against my consciousness as dread washed over me like a wave. Every regret, every failure rose to the surface of my mind, swirling, calling to me, tempting me to surrender. And just when I thought I would drown in despair, a flicker of resistance sparked within me. The light I had held onto began to surge, illuminating the depths of my soul. "You are not my master," I roared, summoning every ounce of courage. "You will not claim me." The figure recoiled, surprised, shadows splintering away like glass. I felt an energy coursing through me, tugging at the darkness, holding me down. I thrust my hands forward, feeling warmth expand, a protective barrier forming, shimmering in the dark. "Leave me," I shouted, voice echoing against the night, reverberating with purpose. "You cannot control me." A wail of fury erupted from the figure, the shadows flaring madly as they thrashed against my light. "You will regret this betrayal," it screeched, darting back into the depths of darkness, losing its solidity and form, vanishing like smoke in the wind. But I knew it wasn't over. I could feel the weight of the shadows hanging still in the air, lingering with a silent promise of return. Even as the laughter faded, I sensed something remaining, as if pieces of their essence still clung to the walls around me. Yet amidst the fear, I felt exhilarated, alive. I had faced a piece of myself, and for the first time, I had fought back. But even as I took a step forward, heart still racing with the remnants of dread, I couldn't shake the lingering feeling of eyes on me. Watching, waiting, shadows swelling, spreading like ink blots in the dark, preparing to strike again. Somewhere deep in the recesses of my heart, a warning echoed. This darkness wasn't just an external force. It was part of me, a reflection of my own hidden fears, and the fight was only just beginning. As I turned to continue my journey, I felt something brush against my ankle, a shadow. Then another, more insistent, creeping in from the corners of my vision. I could see dark tendrils curling, rising from the ground, looking to reclaim what they thought belonged to them. Not again, I whispered, but the darkness only laughed, deep, guttural, and haunting. The voices returned, this time clearer, more distinct, echoing with wicked delight. We will never let go. You are ours. With the shadows clawing closer. Once more, I took a deep breath, determined not to panic. Each step I took felt like a countdown as I ventured deeper into the night's embrace. I could already sense the weight of what was unseen just ahead, the truth that loomed larger than any shadow cast behind me. I wiped the sweat from my brow, reminding myself of the strength I had unearthed. Whatever lied ahead, whatever darkness waited to engulf me, I knew I had to face it head on. For every shadow that danced around my path, I would stand firmly in the light, prepared to battle the creeping dread that whispered too sweetly in my ear. As I trudged forward, I felt the darkness close in like a fog, thickening with each step. I knew then, more than ever, the night would not be kind. I could hear the whispers intensifying, swirling like a mad tempest around me, and I braced myself for the encounters still to come, unable to shake the feeling that every shadow held a piece of my past, each one a test I had yet to face. And as I pressed onward into the chilling night, I understood tonight was the real battle, the moment where I would confront the depths of my fears and unwilling truths that sought to claw back control. I wasn't just running against shadows. I was sprinting toward an unseen war that demanded one final reckoning, either my acceptance or total surrender. And I understood tonight was the real battle, the moment where I would confront the depths of my fears and unwilling truths that sought to claw back control. I wasn't just running against shadows. I was sprinting toward an unseen war that demanded one final reckoning, either my acceptance or total surrender. I pushed forward through the suffocating darkness, the air growing thick and heavy around me, each breath feeling like a desperate fight against an unseen force. A soft rustling nearby caught my attention, causing me to halt, heart pounding in my chest. I squinted into the shadows, trying to discern what lurked just out of sight. A shape flickered at the edge of my vision. It was gone as soon as I turned to face it directly, a trick of the light, or perhaps a glimpse into another world. Despite the eerie quiet, a strange melody seemed to echo through the air, haunting and beautiful, yet equally menacing. It was almost as if the shadows themselves were singing a lullaby, inviting me deeper into their inky grasp, promising solace and surrender. Against my better judgment, I followed the sound. My feet moved almost of their own accord, lured by the siren call that intertwined with the night. The melody grew louder, swirling around me as I walked. Shadows began to dance in the periphery, flickering and darting as if watching my every move, lending weight to the notion that something was closing in. Suddenly, the song shifted, turning discordant, and I felt a chill creep down my spine. The air was filled with the unmistakable sensation of eyes boring into me from the darkness. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw nothing, only increasing gloom where once I had only discomfort. Just then, a branch snapped loudly in the distance, and I froze, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the silence. My heart raced as I turned, searching for the source, but nothing stirred. I swallowed hard, feeling a knot of fear tighten in my gut. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that set off alarms in my mind. Something was definitely out there watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. The mist that had begun to rise from the ground curled around my ankles like a snake, thickening with an unholy presence that clung to me, seeking entry. I felt the cold seeping into my skin, and for a moment, I was tempted to close my eyes and give in to the darkness. But I forced myself to keep them wide open, not wanting to become lost among the shadows that surrounded me. As I walked forward, I began to notice the ground beneath my feet shifting, becoming uneven and soft. A ghastly, deep gurgling sound echoed from below, a low rumble that sent chills up my spine. I glanced down and saw the earth starting to shift and move, as if something was writhing just beneath the surface. A dreadful thought crossed my mind. What if the shadows were not just haunting me, but were also waiting for me to fall into their grasp? With each step, the gurgling sound grew louder, almost melodious but sinister. Shadows bulged and twisted, forming grotesque outlines of twisted faces, silently screaming as they reached toward me. They looked familiar. The faces of those I had lost mingled in the mass of darkness, their features distorted in agony, locked in a perpetual dance of despair. I could hear their voices now, soft murmurs that whispered secrets only they knew. "You were never alone," one of the faces rasped, its voice a haunting echo from my past. "Help us, join us?" I stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. "No!" I shouted, my voice wavering as the shadows swirled violently around my feet, trying to pull me down into the depths. "I won't give in." But the more I fought, the more the shadows lashed out, summoning tendrils of darkness that reached for my heart. I could feel its cold grip tightening around me, seeping into my mind, dragging up fresh fears from the depths of my soul. The crushed dreams, the moments of weakness that I had buried deep into the stone walls of my heart. "Face us," they wailed, the cacophony rising as the dark figures flung themselves toward me. "Face what you've done." Each word felt like a dagger, piercing through the facade I had built, threatening to shatter any lingering strength I had. The shadows screamed louder, a terrifying echo of regret that resonated through the very essence of my being. I fought to center myself, to resolve my thoughts. "These are lies," I whispered, trying to drown out the shrieks that clawed at my mind. "They don't own me." A wave of rage surged through me, defiance boiling beneath the surface as I pushed back against the darkness. "These shadows are not my truth," I cried, feeling the light within me flicker, a flame amidst the dark storm brewing around. And just like that, something shifted. The shadows lurched back, cutting through the tide of darkness as my own light surged in response. It felt electric, alive, almost tangible in its brilliance. I raised my arms, channeling that energy, letting it spill out from my core. "Get away from me!" I bellowed, the force of my heart resonating with every word. To my shock, the figures hesitated, shadows quaking before my feeble light. The dark faces recoiled, expression morphing from anger to surprise, flickering like dying embers. I felt a thrill surge through me, adrenaline and desperation merging into a single heartbeat. "You don't own me," I repeated, my voice strong, filling the air like a shield, ready to protect me from their wicked grasp. But before I could celebrate my small victory, the ground underfoot heaved violently, a tremor surging through the earth. The shadows roared with fury, their cries echoing through the night. "You have awakened us," they screamed, voices a terrifying symphony of rage. "You cannot escape judgment." Glancing down, I gasped as the earth cracked wide open, a gaping maw pulling at the edges of my reality. The gurgling sound became a deafening roar as the ground opened wider, revealing darkness deeper than anything I had encountered. I felt the pull of it, a magnetic force drawing me nearer, threatening to suck me into its depths where I feared I would be lost forever. With the shadows thrashing around me, swirling like a tempest, I tried to step back. But another force pulled at my mind, seducing me with promises of peace and escape. "Come to us," they beckoned, their voices both soft and haunting. "We will embrace you." "No!" I roared again, digging my heels into the earth as I fought back against the unseen tide. In that moment of strength, I suddenly caught sight of movement low to the ground. Dark figures began to crawl from the fissures of the earth, slithering towards me like snakes advancing on their prey. Their bodies elongated, contorting grotesquely, a palpable menace that sent ice coursing through my veins. I turned and ran, heart pounding, the air growing heavier with each frantic step. The shadows churned behind me, a relentless wave of dark fury, hungry and determined. "You can't escape us," they cried, laughter laced with malevolence echoing through the night. But a low, rumbling growl erupted from deeper within the ever-expanding void, shaking the ground beneath me. I glanced back, and the sight paralyzed me. It wasn't just the figures of my past that surrounded me. Now a monstrous shape loomed in the darkness, merging with the shadows. An abomination formed from every fear I had ever faced, a creature of hatred and torment. With its glowing eyes searching, it stalked forward, a twisted smile curling upon its horrific features, teeth sharpened and ready to shred. "You've called me forth," it hissed, voice echoing with the pain of 1,000 sorrows. "Come, child, it's time to lose yourself." A cold wave of terror washed over me, rooting me in place. No longer was it just the haunting shadows seeking revenge. It was something far worse, something that fed on my fears, the embodiment of all I had run from. Somewhere, deep in my mind, a voice urged me to flee, to find safety. But as the creature advanced, shadows threading into its form, I realized there was no safety. Not now. Not ever. With an urgent fire igniting my heart, I broke free from the paralysis. "I won't lose to you," I shouted, summoning every fragment of light within me. Thrumming energy pulsed through my body. Each heartbeat reminded me of my past, but also of my will to fight. I charged forward, barreling through the night, a scream of defiance tearing from my soul. The creature's grotesque mouth opened wide, a howl of fury echoing through the air, but I pressed on, battling every shuddering shadow that lunged at me. "Face me if you can," I shouted, feeling the energy whip around me in a swirl of light and darkness, determination fueling every fiber of my being. My path forward emerged in bursts of clarity, darting through the chaos that surrounded me. In the eye of the storm, my vision sharpened, and I realized perhaps the shadows didn't just want to consume me. Perhaps they were searching for understanding, a reconciliation with all the fears I had buried. Perhaps they needed acknowledgement before they faded into nothing. "Enough!" I cried, pivoting to confront the manifestation of all my buried dread. "I won't run any longer. I accept you." Each word struck like thunder in the night, cutting through the cacophony. The shadows halted, swirling around me as if caught in a pause, and the creature paused mid-lunge, a grimace of confusion etched across its horrific features. "I am not afraid," I shouted, feeling warmth rush through my limbs. The light I had been fighting to suppress began to shine outward, tiny sparks igniting in the gloom, pushing at the edges of darkness like sunlight breaking through a heavy storm. "You don't control me. You're part of me, and I refuse to let fear dictate my life." The air trembled, growing heavier and charged with energy I couldn't comprehend. The creature convulsed, the form writhing as dark tendrils flickered and shrank away from the light. "What have you done?" it rasped, voice breaking, barely holding on to its solidity. "I am the light," I declared, voice rising to a roar, rising above the chaos. "And you will not take me." In that moment, the creature howled, a high-pitched scream that rose above the clamor of shadows, resonating with pain and rage. The ground shook violently, and the once tangled shadows began to retreat, shrinking back into their hollow forms, releasing their hold on me as the light spread like wildfire. I felt the pressure of their grasp loosen, and as the darkness dissipated, the creatures succumbed to the power of my resolve, unraveling into wisps of shadow that danced away into the night, retreating into obscurity. For a long moment, silence fell, a profound stillness enveloping the space around me. My heart raced beneath the quiet, pounding in disbelief at what had just transpired. With trembling limbs, I stepped forward, eyes scanning the now fading darkness, feeling the gentle warmth of the emerging light wash over me. But even in that moment of triumph, I could still sense an unsettling presence lurking beyond the edges of my newfound freedom. But for the first time, it felt less like a threat and more like a specter waiting for its turn to be embraced. As I stood there, alone but no longer afraid, I understood the journey ahead would demand not just battles against encroaching shadows, but a deeper exploration into myself, recognizing that the darkness was part of my past but would not dictate my future. It was the acceptance of all my fears that would allow me to move forward, to weave light through my journey and heal what was once broken. With that resolve igniting within me, I stepped into a different light, one that promised hope instead of despair, knowing that every shadow would teach me something valuable. The night might still be fraught with darkness, but I would no longer be its prisoner. With a final glance back at the swirling darkness that had tried to engulf me, I moved forward, toward the light that beckoned just beyond the horizon, ready to forge my path, ready to embrace the fight against the shadows of my past. With that resolve igniting within me, I stepped into a different light, one that promised hope instead of despair, knowing that every shadow would teach me something valuable. The night might still be fraught with darkness, but I would no longer be its prisoner. As I moved forward, the air thickened, and a heavy silence surrounded me like a suffocating blanket. The remnants of the darkness receded behind me, but the tension in the atmosphere still twisted my gut with unease. I could almost hear my own heartbeat echoing in my ears, drowning out the unsettling quiet. Suddenly, a chilling breeze whipped through the trees, and I felt it sweep across my face like icy fingers. It carried whispers, soft and unintelligible, weaving between the branches above. I paused, straining to hear more, dread creeping in as the whispers grew louder, transforming into a chaotic blend of hushed voices urging me to turn back. "Do you really think you can escape?" one voice hissed, low and menacing. "You are bound to us. You will always belong to the shadows." My skin prickled at the words. I took another step forward, forcing myself to shake the dread clinging to my thoughts. Pushing onward, I tried to keep my resolve intact, but doubt began to seep in, worming its way through every shred of courage I'd mustered. What if they were right? What if I never really escaped the darkness? Then the ground shifted beneath me again, this time more violently, and I stumbled slightly as the earth cracked again, fissures creeping outward like veins. I swore I could hear laughter emanating from the depths, an unsettling sound that sent chills down my spine. It was dark and jovial, a haunting reminder that something far more sinister lurked just beneath the surface. I felt a surge of panic and hastened my pace, heart racing as I ventured deeper into the shadows of the forest. That's when I noticed strange shapes forming in my periphery, flickers of dark movement that darted just out of reach. They appeared and vanished in an instant, leaving only whispers behind. "Join us," they beckoned, voices dripping with honeyed temptation. "You'll never be alone again." A cold gust swept through, and as I turned to look, there they were, silhouettes emerging, dancing around me like wraiths in the gloom. Their faces were obscured, but I felt the weight of their gazes, hungry and expectant, like vultures circling, waiting for something to fall. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to push through them. But as I opened my eyes, I was struck by a stunning sight. The shadows had formed a bridge that wove between the trees, a dark archway glittering with a sheen of wetness. My footsteps slowed, curiosity battling fear, and I sensed something powerful drawing me toward it. As I approached, a low hum resonated through the air, vibrating through my bones like a tuning fork echoing an ancient song. I could feel heat rising from the ground, as if the earth itself was pulsing with a life of its own. The shadows throbbed around the archway, swirling in a dance that captured my attention against my better judgment. Step through, they whispered, voices entwined, becoming a singular whisper that enveloped me. Discover what lies beyond. You're meant to enter. A flicker of hesitation coursed through me. I could feel an overwhelming sense of dread, the kind that clung to my skin like a spider's web. I was torn between the urge to retreat and the curious pull of the shadows, their song enticing me with promises of knowledge, a glimpse into forbidden truths. But I was no longer the terrified soul I once was. Gathering my courage, I stepped forward and crossed through the shadowy arch. In an instant, a wave of cold washed over me, freezing me in place. As I passed through, the world around me erupted into chaos. Vibrant colors twisted into nightmarish visions, swirling in grotesque patterns. The once familiar woods transformed into a twisted reflection of reality. Branches twisted into anguished hands reaching toward the sky. Foliage withered into bone-like tendrils. My heart raced as the air turned oppressive, thickening until it felt like a tangible weight pressing down on my chest. Each breath tasted metallic, as if the very atmosphere was charged with fear and anger. In the distance, I could see shapes moving, darker than night, shadow figures that churned and clawed at one another like souls locked in torment. They glanced at me with hollow eyes, searching, probing, moments away from grasping what they could surrender. Their whispers swelled and crescendoed, growing louder and jagged as they beckoned me closer. "Help us find peace. Join our dance," they cried, sorrow etched into every syllable. Each voice crept into my head, wrapping around my thoughts like a noose. "You're just like us. Embrace it." My pulse quickened. A part of me wanted to flee while I still could, but a darker curiosity tugged at my mind. What were these souls? Were they lost like me, or far worse? My gaze darted to the nearest figure, its shape shrouded in flickering shadows, the outline shifting and contorting like smoke in the wind. "Help us. Don't you see? We're all in this together," it groaned, voice tinged with desperation, echoing the doubts that floated in my head. "We want to be free," a knot twisted in my stomach. I could feel their longing. It matched my own, a desperation for understanding, a craving for release from the weight of the past. Compelled toward the nearest figure, I took a cautious step, my breath hitching as the darkness enveloped me. Suddenly, one of the shadow figures lunged forward, fingers extending toward my throat. I gasped, hands shooting up instinctively. "No, I'm not your prisoner," I shouted, fumbling to pull away. The darkness recoiled, as if I had struck it, and I felt a brief moment of freedom, only to hear a chorus of wails erupt from the cluster of shadows. "You can't escape your fate," they screeched, their voices rising in a discordant symphony. "You chose this path. You're ours." The shadows swirled in a frenzy, merging and dividing, twisting around me like a storm. I fought instinctively, charging away from that gathering mass. Yet every direction I turned led me deeper into a disorienting maze of nightmares. "I won't be part of this," I cried, panic reverberating in my voice. But the shadows only chuckled softly, mocking my struggle. With nowhere left to run, I stumbled upon an ancient stone archway standing stark against the swirling chaos. It pulsed with a dull, eerie light, and the stones were etched with symbols that glimmered faintly in the dark, like the remnants of a forgotten world. A strange pull tugged at me, urging me to step through, and I felt the weight of curious inevitability bearing down on my shoulders. Somewhere deep inside, I knew that whatever lay on the other side held the key to understanding all I had faced, all the fears that had haunted me. Taking a deep breath, I pushed my doubts aside and stepped into the arc of light. As my foot crossed the threshold, I was engulfed in blinding brightness. a searing light that pierced the shadows around me. I was lifted, weightless, pulled into a world that hummed with energy. But as abruptly as it began, the light faded, and I fell back to the earth, sprawling on a fevered ground. The sounds of laughter faded away into unsettling echoes, and as I pulled myself to my feet, I realized I was no longer in the twisted forest, but rather standing in a reflective darkness, where shadows stretched endlessly in every direction, swirling and flickering like ripples on the surface of water. My heart raced anew, realization dawning on me. I was in their realm now, completely vulnerable to whatever horrors awaited me. Just as panic threatened to swallow me whole, a single figure emerged from the depths, stepping forward with an elegant grace, shadows flowing around it like a dark veil. It halted before me, the contours of its face obscured, but I could feel its gaze burning deep into my soul, assessing, judging, as if it saw the very essence of who I was. "You wish to understand?" It queried wistfully, voice smooth yet laced with an undercurrent of something sinister. The shadows danced behind it like a living tapestry, stretching and twisting into sinister shapes that writhed in anticipation. "You seek meaning in this chaos," it continued, voice echoing unnaturally, reverberating within the depths of my mind. "I need to know," I replied, my voice small as fear constricted my throat. I longed for answers, yet I understood the risks involved. "What are you? Why does this darkness cling to me?" With a flick of its wrist, the surrounding shadows pulsed, momentarily illuminating figures that twisted and wailed, the lost souls of torment, each a reflection of some part of me, some unresolved fragment from my past. "We are what you bury," it murmured, voice soft but commanding. "We are the fears unacknowledged, the pain untold. And you can't undo what has been done." My breath caught in my throat, and I struggled to comprehend the weight of its words. Understanding crashed over me. Each shadow bore stories of my failures, my traumas, the moments I had tried to erase. Each figure held a memory I had wished to forget, the darkness a looming presence that demanded to be faced. "But you have a choice," the figure said, an eerie calm washing over its words. "To confront the shadows within or to surrender. What will you choose?" In that moment, everything hung in the balance, and the tumult within me roared, clamoring for resolution. Shadows ebbed and flowed, but at their heart lay a stubborn light that flickered with defiance. I could not turn away. I had to stand and face the truth of my own creation. With newfound courage, I took a step forward, steadying my hands. "I choose to confront," I declared, each word knitting together fragments of latent resolve. "I will embrace my fears, and I won't let them bind me any longer." The figure smiled, a hint of wicked pleasure dancing in its eyes, and the shadows around me convulsed, swirling in celebration or challenge. "So be it," it intoned, and the dark tempest rose higher, enveloping me in a cacophony of emotions too powerful to name. As I forged ahead into that swirling abyss, I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, shadows spiraling around as I embraced each fear, each regret, and the truth of my past began to dissolve into understanding. The world began to shift, knowledge pouring forth. I could feel the stories rising like echoes calling to me from the depths of my mind, memories long buried, demanding to be seen. As I stumbled deeper into the darkness, a voice arose, clearer now, cutting through the chaos. "Remember," it whispered, so fragile, yet certain, "you are not alone." Each word became a balm, shimmering like a thread connecting me to those lost to shadows, to moments erased. I felt their pain thrum through my veins, and a profound sense of acceptance filled the space within me, illuminating the dark corners where dread had thrived. And just like that, as I let the shadows wrap around me in an embrace, I began to see. Faces emerged from the void, not twisted or grotesque, but human, vulnerable, raw, each one reflecting a piece of my journey. Their stories unfolded around me, a tapestry woven from light and darkness, merging the pain of loss with the resilience of the heart. In that haunting moment, I understood the depths of fear and sorrow, the lessons they wove into my very being. I felt a calm wash over me, a surreal experience enveloping both the shadows and myself, binding them together in a promise of healing that transcended despair. "Now you are free to remember," the figure said, its voice echoing through the maelstrom of emotions swirling in front of me. "To reconcile with the shadows that shaped who you are." As the swirling darkness embraced me tighter, I breathed in deep, feeling the weight of knowledge settling around me. I was ready to embrace the truth behind my shadows, the echoes of my past coalescing into a guiding light that would lead me home. No longer afraid, no longer shackled by pain, stepping into a future brightened by understanding. But even as hope ignited deep within, an unsettling rumble began to rise surrounding me. The shadows recoiling at something beyond comprehension, a deep-rooted tremor that hinted at this journey being far from over. The shadows trembled, swirling wildly as they began to part, revealing a breaking light in the distance. Something was stirring beyond. But what? I peered into that brightness, heart braced for whatever unfathomable truth awaited me in that ever-present doorway of shadows and light. But even as hope ignited deep within, an unsettling rumble began to rise surrounding me. The shadows recoiling at something beyond comprehension, a deep-rooted tremor that hinted at this journey being far from over. The shadows trembled, swirling wildly as they began to part, revealing a breaking light in the distance. Something was stirring beyond. But what? I peered into that brightness, heart braced for whatever unfathomable truth awaited me in that ever-present doorway of shadows and light. As the shadows fell away, I stepped cautiously into the luminous expanse, but the moment my foot touched the ground, the brightness flickered violently, casting jagged shapes that danced erratically around me. I felt a rush of cold wind sweep through, carrying with it an indescribable sense of unease, as if the air itself was whispering warnings. Then the ground beneath me began to quake, forcing me to stabilize myself against an unseen force. I looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance, and that's when I saw them, giant, shadowy figures emerging from the brightness. They lurked at the edges, spectral forms towering over me, their massive silhouettes blending into the light, but giving away very little of their intentions. Suddenly, one of the figures lunged forward, its hollow eyes fixated on me, the chill radiating from its core palpable in the air. It stretched its arms wide, revealing long, bony fingers that seemed to reach for my soul rather than my body. They twitched and curled, as if hungry for something I could not give. "You should not have come here," it hissed, voice low and terrible, echoing with despair. "You have intruded on a place of lost souls." Instinctively, I took a step back, the terror coursing through me as I grasped the weight of its claim. Each breath felt labored, as if the air itself thickened, the brightness dimming to a low, eerie glow that cast long, creeping shadows around me. The atmosphere turned electric, and I sensed the burgeoning intent of the figure closing in around me. It stepped closer, the light flickering in and out as its form drew nearer, and I could see the twisted shapes of memories flickering behind its hollow eyes. Suffering, anguish, resentment. "You are tethered to this pain," it said, voice echoing with grief. "You will never escape it." The statement hung in the air like a shroud, wrapping around me, squeezing my heart like a vice. The other figures began to close in, forming a circle that swallowed me whole, their eyes watching, waiting. I could feel their collective hunger, their suffocating presence. Each figure pulsed with unresolved anger, and from their depths emitted chilling whispers that clawed at the edges of my mind, burrowing beneath the surface. "Face your past," they urged in unison, voices rising and falling like a mournful chant. "It will consume you if you do not confront it." The world spiraled, and I stumbled back, panic shooting through me as I felt their pressure close in tighter. Memories began to awaken around me, shadows creeping into focus and forcing me to confront each one that flickered before me. I was transported to fragmented moments, flashes of laughter abruptly turning to cries of despair, faces fleeting in my mind like the flicker of candlelight extinguished by a gust of wind. I found myself in a dimly lit room, the air thick with tension, where voices once filled with joy turned to accusations and harsh words. I saw my reflection in the corner of the room, a younger version of myself, lost and frightened beneath the weight of expectations. The walls seemed to close in around me, and I could hear the whispers of the shadow figures bearing down on me. "This is you," they echoed, struggling beneath it all. "Stop," I cried, clutching my head in an attempt to block out the encroaching memories. But the figures only responded with hollow laughter, their cruel eyes narrowing in delight. The ground trembled again, and I felt heat rise from the earth, the shadows beneath me curling like serpents, urging me to surrender. The memories morphed and shifted, pulling me deeper into the darkness of my past. Moments of betrayal, loss, and regret assaulted my senses. The laughter escalated, merging with the cacophony of whispers that called for my submission. "Join us," they crooned. "Let go of the pain. Become one with the shadows." I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to swallow me. "No!" I screamed, forcing the words from my throat, desperation infusing my voice with trembling strength. The ground beneath me cracked wide open, an abyss yawning open to reveal swirling darkness that beckoned me to fall. I felt the gravitational pull of it, a raw and relentless confrontation of my deep-seated fears. Shouts erupted from the shadows, swirling like an angry storm, calling for release as tendrils of darkness reached out with an insatiable hunger. "Give in," they commanded, voices layered in an unnerving melody of sorrow. "You cannot fight what you are." The flame of anger ignited in my chest, replacing the cold despair. I would not fall into that void. I would not surrender my will. With a fierce determination, I fought against the shadow's whispers, focusing on the light that still flickered within me, allowing every ounce of courage to rise. Before I could think, I lunged towards the nearest shadow figure, desperation fueling my movements. "I am not you," I shouted, voice ringing out against the chaos. "You don't define me." The figure recoiled as if struck, its dark form shuddering, shadows flickering wildly. Seizing the moment, I reached out my hands toward the brightness shimmering in the distance, feeling an almost magnetic pull. What had once been a light of hope now pulsed with a fierce energy, pushing back against the dark, inflating with blinding clarity. The shadows shrieked, a deafening sound that reverberated through the air, their cohesive form beginning to break apart as I pressed closer to the illuminating beacon. I could see silhouettes around the light, figures desperate to escape the darkness enveloping them, their faces twisted in fear. In that moment of clarity, I realized these shadows were not merely a part of my spirit's torment. They were kindred souls, trapped in the same endless cycle of grief and despair. "Come with me," I cried out, a wave of defiance propelling my voice into the tumult. "We can be free." The surrounding shadows paused, hesitation rippling through their forms. The laughter stilled, replaced by whispers layered in uncertainty. It was an invitation. "Join her," a voice beckoned, sounding almost as if it belonged to those lost souls that now surrounded me. "Embrace the light." With a rush of energy, the first shadow moved tentatively towards me, hesitant but hopeful. "Can we trust?" it murmured. As it drew nearer, the darkness seemed to part before it, as if the light recognized its presence. Everything started to shift, shadows contorting, shapes unraveling around us, dancing in disarray while the following shadows flickered amongst themselves nervously. Together, I affirmed, heart pounding with anticipation. "We can heal. We can find peace in the light." Slowly, more figures pressed forward, propelled by the flickering brightness that swelled around us. I extended my hands toward them, heart heavy with the weight of compassion and courage. One by one, they stepped into the light beside me, merging their shadows with the luminescence, becoming part of something larger, something more powerful than despair. And then, the hue became staggering, bleeding into everything, vibrating with a warmth that radiated from within. The shadows began to dissolve, slowly giving way to light, like ice melting in sunlight. Joy and relief washed over me as I took another step toward that breaking light. But just as hope surged, darkness erupted anew from the depths of the forest. I felt the oppressive weight pressing back, swirling aggressively, a whisper that turned into a shout of rage and denouncement. "You cannot escape your fate. You are ours." The ground trembled, shadows swirling back with furious intent, caught in a desperate dance to reclaim what I had stolen from them. I gasped, fear surging as remnants of darkness reached for me, trying to pull me back. Reality flickered, breaches of light and shadow overlapping like the fabric of a broken dream. "Fight!" I screamed, my voice strained and filled with urgency. "We can overcome it!" The figures gathered by my side surged forward, uniting in a fierce wave of resilience, their combined will merging into a force that pushed against the encroaching shadows. Together, we clawed against the darkness surrounding us, an unyielding front against the wrath lurking at the edge of our resolve. The clash of light and dark erupted into a tempest, lightning-like flashes crackling between us, forming a barrier against the shadows that sought to consume us. We stood shoulder to shoulder, a united force amid the chaos, pushing forward as long-forgotten strength surged within us, lighting a path through the impending threat. With every ounce of energy I had, I fueled the growing light. The brightness emanated like a beacon, fighting back against the very core of darkness, a primal force of hope challenging despair. But the shadows fought back viciously, screeching as they twisted into a grotesque form, attempting to swallow the luminosity whole. "It's not over yet," I yelled, rallying not just myself but the souls surrounding me, lifting our collective spirits toward the ever-brightening light. One step at a time, we moved forward, pushing against the shadows that roared with fury, desperation laced in their protests. We would not relent. We would not surrender. This was more than a battle for myself. It was a fight to reclaim every soul lost to the abyss. And as the darkness and light collided in a spiraling clash, I sensed something shift within me, a long-buried strength awakening, igniting the final embers of self-worth that had dwindled for too long. In that moment, I realized I was not just a vessel of light. I was the light itself. "Together!" I shouted, heart racing as we merged once more, feeling our energies intertwining like roots demanding to grow. In that surge of unity, I could see the souls standing tall, reclaiming their identity as we surged ahead into the bright blaze of light that beckoned tirelessly from beyond. The shadows, in their fury, shrieked and recoiled, bending under the force of our resolve, desperate to pull us back into despair but failing to extinguish our fire. That once dominant force of darkness began to fade, dissolving like mist evaporating under the sun. But even as the chaotic energy ebbed, I knew that the darkness would never truly disappear. It would always linger, an ever-present reminder waiting just beyond the edges of my consciousness, an intimation of what lay beneath the surface of both light and shadow. "Embrace it," I whispered in a moment of clarity to the shadows, feeling the power shift with warm understanding. "You are not my enemy. You are part of me." As I ventured deeper into that luminous future, I took a final glance back at the remnants of darkness, surrendering my fear and transforming my regrets into lessons learned. I stepped boldly into the light, allowing its warmth to envelop me as I accepted every fragment of who I was, a beautiful amalgamation of shadows and light, fear and hope, suffused with a spiraling grace that would guide me forward into the unknown. But even as I embraced this new dawn, a chill crept through the air where the darkness lingered, and I could sense among the shadows an ever-watchful presence, one that whispered promises of return, temptingly promising only one last chance to reclaim what had been lost. And the promise hung heavy over the horizon, an unsettling specter that knew, deep down, that the darkness would never truly let go. But even as I embraced this new dawn, a chill crept through the air where the darkness lingered, and I could sense among the shadows an ever-watchful presence, one that whispered promises of return, temptingly promising only one last chance to reclaim what had been lost. The sensations within me grew eerie, as if spectral fingers grazed my skin, raising hair on the back of my neck. I glanced around, feeling the warmth of the light fading slowly, shadows drawn tight against the encroaching dawn. The brightness I had clung to shivered uncertainly, like a candle flickering in a gusty wind. From the depth of the receding shadows, I heard a low, guttural growl echoing through the space. It reverberated so loudly that it sank deep into my bones, a sound that hinted at ancient resentment and fury. I turned towards the source, dread pooling in my stomach, heart pounding louder than the whispers circling around my ears. In the center of that swirling, inky, remaining darkness, a shape started to materialize, massive and twisted, like some grotesque parody of humanity. Its limbs were elongated and sinewy, stretching outwards like black tendrils, each jerk of movement deliberate, as if it were savoring the terror it incited. The figure emerged more fully now, and I could see its face, a hollow visage devoid of features, an empty socket where eyes should have been, but were instead replaced by swirling shadows that seemed to beckon to me. "You thought you left me behind," it hissed, its voice a blend of a nightmarish whisper and the grinding of stones, chilling the very air around us. "You thought you could escape, but I have always been with you." Panic surged anew as the shadows twisted violently around the figure, rippling like a dark ocean. I staggered back, uncertainty coursing through my veins as it continued to advance. This being was more than a reminder of my past. It was a manifestation of every fear I had hoped to exorcise, an entity as primal as the night itself, hungry for recognition and revenge. "You've carried me," it growled. "Every moment of doubt, every shred of guilt, it's your fault. You can't deny our bond." I shook my head furiously, trying to cling to the light within me. "You're lying." The words tumbled out, desperate and defiant. But the figure only laughed, a horrible sound that echoed around the darkened space. "Am I? Remember the faces of those you failed? The promises broken? I am the truth buried within you." Suddenly, the ground cracked wide open, fissures snaking towards my feet, releasing tendrils of darkness that slipped eagerly around my ankles. The shadows squeezed tighter, climbing up my legs like icy vines, an unbreakable grip that threatened to pull me under. Without hesitation, I tore my eyes away from the figure and closed my mind to its words, focusing instead on the light flickering ahead. I could feel the warmth tingling on my skin, a reminder of hope and purpose. I ripped free from the shadows, an inner scream pushing me forward, urging me to flee from the terrifying truth that loomed before me. But as I moved, the laughter grew louder, drowning out my thoughts, reverberating through the air until it transformed into a cacophony of twisted voices, each one accusing, tormenting, pulling memories from dark corners of my mind. I stumbled, the weight of their taunts crashing over me like waves, betrayal, abandonment, despair, each word cutting deeper than the last. Futility, they shrieked, the chorus converging on me, a storm of agony and hopelessness. "You cannot escape who you are." Just then, a flash of insight illuminated my thoughts like a lightning bolt. I had to confront this truth. I needed to face the thing I feared most. I pivoted, heart racing as I steadied myself against the shadows clawing at my feet, forcing myself to meet the hollow gaze of the monstrous figure. "I will not let you control my story," I shouted, the words echoing through the wasteland that lay before me, reverberating long after they left my lips. "You are a part of me, but you do not define me." In that instant, the figure faltered, its shape flickering like a flame struggling against the wind. The shadows recoiled, hesitating as if my words had ignited a crack within their collective form. I drew in a deep breath, feeling the flames of determination rise within me as I took a bold step closer to the looming entity. "You are the past, but I am here now," I declared, determination fueling my voice. "You can't hold me captive anymore." The ground shook again, and the figure snarled, wind swirling violently around us. "You think this makes you strong? You're still afraid, still hiding." Its voice twisted with rage, echoing against the encroaching light. But with each word, my resolve solidified. No longer would I cower from my raw emotions. I remembered the faces, the moments of weakness, and instead of shrinking, I embraced every feeling, allowing the light within me to pulse with the power of acceptance. "Show me your truth," I shouted, letting the warmth surge through me. "Let's see what you really are." In response, the shadows surged wildly, fuming with ire, morphing and twisting into a torrent of grotesque glimpses of my past. The once chilling figures morphed into familiar faces, my friends, my family, the ones I had hurt through neglect and fear. They loomed around me, their eyes wide, not with anger, but with sorrow, each one standing testament to the choices I had made. "Look," they murmured almost wistfully, "look at what you've lost." But instead of despair, a wave of understanding washed over me. This was not a punishment. It was a chance to reconcile. I began to see the way forward. The pain was a part of me, but it did not hold my essence. Each figure floated closer, and despite their sorrow, there was a shared understanding in their gazes. "Will you carry us?" they asked softly, their voices intertwining, merging into one. "Will you remember?" "Yes," I cried out, the realization blooming within me. "I will remember. I will carry your truths, and I will not lose sight of the lessons you've taught me." As I uttered my promise, the figures shimmered before me, transforming into pure light that danced around, circling and lifting me from the grips of the darkness below. The monstrous entity writhed, its form flickering like an old film reel desperately trying to maintain its coherence. "You cannot escape," it screeched, more furious than before, its hollow face cracking as if unable to comprehend the shift taking place. But the warm light swelled around me like an insurmountable wave, pushing back against the shadowy figure, forcing its malice away. I felt the energy building, my essence intertwining with the radiant figures that had once haunted me. Together, we surged like an unstoppable force, the darkness scrambling to reclaim its hold, struggling against the luminosity that threatened to consume it completely. And just when I thought the figure would dissipate, its ghastly howl pierced the air, louder and more haunting than before. "You think this is finished? You think this is freedom? I will always be here, lurking in the dark." In that moment, I realized something terrifying. It was not just a matter of facing the darkness, but of learning to coexist with it. The figure faded slowly, evaporating into a cloud of shadows swirling around my feet, but its presence lingered, a whisper vibrating against my skin. "Every time you falter, I will return. You cannot forget." The shadows slithered back, forming a menacing outline that surrounded me like the abyss looming on the edge of a nightmare. I shuddered, the chill creeping deep inside, creating a pit of fear in my stomach. Yet I also felt something profound. A flicker of hope ignited amid the chaos. I had touched the darkness and, in doing so, had brought forth the light that had lain buried within me this entire time. As I stood at that precipice, the bright essence swirling, shadows contending with the flames flickering upon my skin, I grasped that navigating this duality was not the end of my journey, but a continuation of it. The shadows would always whisper and claw at the edges of my mind, a reminder of struggles past, and that there will always be darker days. But so too would the light remain, radiant and bursting with strength, ready to shine brighter than the darkness surrounding it, proving that even in the chaotic dance of existence, hope could endure. With determination festering within me, I took a deep breath and stepped forward into the uncertain expanse, knowing I would emerge stronger, equipped with the fragments of light earned amidst the shadows that would now follow, a reminder of who I had been and who I could become. Here I stood, facing an endless horizon tinged with both light and dark, ready to meet whatever awaited me in the world beyond. But a quiet worry loomed in the back of my mind, a disquieting thought that the darkness was not just a distant echo, but an ever-present whisper, just waiting for an opportunity to reclaim its hold. As I ventured deeper into the unknown, I felt the pulse of my heart sink with that insistent whisper. And even amidst hope and healing, I braced myself, sensing that this was just the beginning of a new battle, one where the shadows would always lie in wait, ready to challenge the light that flickered within. I had stepped into the unknown, feeling the weight of shadows still trailing behind me like dark tendrils of mist. The air was heavy, thick with a silence that made every breath sound too loud, too alive against the encroaching stillness. I could hear a faint rustling, something shifting just beyond the light's reach, as if the very ground beneath me was alive with anticipation, waiting for the moment I turned my back to it. Walking forward, I felt a twinge of unease creeping into my bones, the once comforting warmth of the light flickering, as if it too felt the pull of the encroaching darkness. I pressed on, each step sending tremors through the ground, the whispers of my fears clinging to my mind like cobwebs refusing to let go. But then, from the dense swirl of shadows, I noticed a shape emerging. A figure, cloaked in darkness, silently stepped forward from the gloom, half obscured by the increasingly thinning veil of light that surrounded me. Its movements were slow, deliberate, as if savoring every second of my growing dread. I squinted, peering into the dimness, trying to catch a glimpse of its face. But where a visage should have been was nothing but a swirling void that seemed to absorb the faint illumination. "Do you remember me?" it whispered, voice smooth and sickly sweet, the sound curling around me like smoke. The memories flashed, faces from my past, fragmented moments of pain, guilt, and regret. I gasped, stumbling back as I recognized it. The form of a long-forgotten friend who had vanished into the night, swallowed by despair before I could reach for them. "This isn't real," I choked out, shaking my head, but doubt gnawed at the edges of my thoughts, twisting the familiarity into an unsettling terror. "Not real," it echoed, a hollow laugh reverberating like shards of glass. It felt like an entrapment within my deepest fears. "I am as real as your regrets, as real as your inaction. You let me fade. You could have saved me, but you chose to look away." The shadows around us flared momentarily, revealing further details about this abhorrent form. Hollow eyes where no light could breach, a mouth stretched into a sinister grin that widened, pulling back to reveal rows of teeth that were ragged, sharp, and darkened with echoes of bitterness. It moved closer, the oppressive weight of its presence suffocating, fog curling off its body like a predator readying to pounce. "No!" I cried, feeling the terror clawing at my throat. "I tried. I've carried the weight of it. I was just afraid." The figure lunged suddenly, a blur of darkness darting through the space, and I barely sidestepped its reach. I could feel the chill of its essence brush past me, a reminder that even in fleeing, the memories could not be outrun. It snickered, a low, rumbling sound, sensing my fear, feeding on it, the shadows tightening around me, trying to close in like a vice. "You cannot run. You cannot hide. You're trapped in a cycle of your own making." Panic surged through me. I spun around frantically, heart racing, seeking an escape, but the shadows morphed, swirling around like a storm, obscuring my path. The light flickered again, losing the strength I had hoped it would offer against the deepening gloom. As I struggled against the encroaching darkness, I felt something brush against my arm, cold and slimy, an unsettling reminder of the thing I'd feared most, the consequences of my negligence. With renewed desperation, I forced myself to focus, trying to quell the whirlwind of panic. "You are not real," I shouted back, more to convince myself than anything. "You are just a shadow of my guilt." "Oh," the figure crooned, tilting its head in mock concern. "But I was once flesh and blood, full of hopes and dreams. You let me slip away, remember? I gasped, feeling the palpable grief wrap around me as the air grew oppressive. The ground beneath my feet trembled again. The shrieks of sorrow echoing from within the shadows intensified, revealing shapes morphing from the darkness. Faces of others I had lost began to swirl around me, their eyes hollow and sorrowful, mouths forming silent screams as if they were witnesses to my failures. I could almost hear the whispers, echoes of conversations steeped in regret haunting me, taunting me. "Join us," they called softly, their voices merging into that of the shadowy figure. "You deserve this." Fury ignited within me, battling against the cold fingers of despair that crept at the edges of my mind. No, I refused to sink into this. The shadows erupted with anger, thrashing around me, a tempest of unfulfilled dreams and lost hopes. They struck out, many clawing at me, trying to pull me into their depth. The gnashing of teeth echoed, grotesque visages emerging from the dark, eyes wide and mouths open, reaching for my skin as if to consume the very essence of me. I stumbled backward, clenching my fists, fighting back the urge to surrender, recognizing that this was my chaos now, a cacophony of emotions trying to drag me back down. But as I fell, in that blinding moment of despair, I felt a spark ignite within. Not the light that had comforted me earlier, but something raw and fierce, ready to burn away the shadows. "No!" I screamed, tapping into that flame, letting the rage dance through me, realizing that in the depths of my darkness waited the strength to forge my own path. I thrust my hands forward, summoning every bit of that fury, pushing against the encroaching terror. The shadows recoiled, some figures shattering into wisps of smoke. "You cannot defeat what is part of you," they shrieked, but their confidence faltered as a beam of light burst out from within me, illuminating the encroaching dark. The light, this incandescent energy, filled the space, and for the first time, I felt powerful rather than fragile against the shadows. They twisted and writhed in pain, and I pressed forward, pushing the light into the thick veil of darkness, willing it to transform rather than consume. "You are my past, but you do not have to be my future." With every word, the figures in the shadows began to fade, their features bending and melting away, leaving behind only wisps of what they had once been. Yet, the darkness still threatened to claw at my consciousness, shadows whispering dreadful tales of loneliness and failure, trying to infiltrate my resolve. The figure that had been my friend loomed before me, eyes swirling with a tempest of grief and rage. "You still have so much to atone for. You will never be free. The void will always claim you." The growl resonated within me, a pulse bouncing off my very core, and I felt the light within surge stronger. "I may carry the scars, but I am not defined by them," I shouted, stepping closer to the shadowy form, extending my hand toward it, not in rage but in understanding. "I won't deny the pain, but I won't be held captive by it either," I said, breathing deeply as the light around me brightened, reaching out further into the abyss enveloping us. For a moment, the shadows wavered, flickering like a dying flame, unsure of their own hold. And in this brief crack of uncertainty, I saw the figure torn between its darkness and the faint glow emanating from within me, a glimmer of hope that flickered back, feeble but present. "Let it go," I encouraged, my voice steadier now, resonating through the chaos. "You don't have to be lost anymore. Let me help you find the light." The hollow eyes of the figure widened, and I thought I caught a glimpse of something resembling longing, a desperate one to escape its gloomy prison. But as quickly as it appeared, that look vanished, and the shadows surged back, angry and aggressive. "You think you can save what is already damned?" it shrieked, the others joining in, their voices rising to an agonizing pitch, as if the very walls were trembling with their despair. I felt the dread creep back in, despair threatening to consume me whole. But just then, a flicker behind me caught my eye. The remaining fragments of spirits, the faces I loved, had begun to materialize again, vibrant light encompassing them, merging with the shadows, neither one winning, but instead existing in a new harmony. "You are not alone," they echoed, surrounding me, uniting their strength with mine, creating a shield against the onslaught of despair. "Fight for us?" Fueled by a resurgence of hope, I stood tall, facing the shadow that loomed and writhed with fury, urging my luminescent allies forward, a wave of tranquility overpowering the chaos. In that moment, I understood acceptance didn't mean submission. It was about embracing every shapeless fear, every twisted memory, and weaving them into something new. With that realization igniting, I thrust my hand forward once more. We will not be confined by what's lost. We will rise. And then, as the light grew blinding, I felt the shadows scatter in a desperate frenzy, shrieks echoing through the air, resonating like a siren's song warning of the chaos to come. But within the shifting shades, there remained a powerful pulse, a reminder of the battle I could choose to fight. Yet, as the last remnants of darkness faded, I felt an icy breath linger on the edge of my consciousness, a sinister shadowscape waiting patiently beyond the horizon. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely a reprieve, a fractious calm before the true storm, lurking just out of sight in the depths of my past. With the shadows retreating, I stepped into the brightness, aware that the journey ahead wasn't over, but had shifted into an even deeper abyss. One where I would have to confront not just the darkness that had haunted me, but face the fact that within every flicker of light, the shadows were always nearby, hungry and waiting for their chance to reemerge. And as I pushed forward, a chilling thought crept into my mind. Had I truly won, or merely gained time, a fleeting moment of peace in a universe steeped in turmoil? The echoes of futures unwritten loomed menacingly, and I braced myself for the battles that lay ahead in this disturbing realm of existence. A world where light and dark were eternally entwined, each fighting for dominance in the fragile dance of life. As I ventured further into the glowing light, I felt an uneasy tremor of anticipation ripple through me, a sensation that something unspeakable lurked beneath the surface of this radiant refuge. The brightness that surrounded me felt both comforting and deceptive, casting shadows that danced and flickered like restless spirits plotting their next move. The air grew heavier, thick with an oppressive energy that pressed against my chest, making each inhale feel like a struggle. I began to hear soft rustling at the edges of my perception, whispers almost indistinguishable but insistent. They slithered into my mind, weaving through my thoughts like a creeping vine, planting seeds of doubt. "What if you're not strong enough?" one voice hissed, chillingly familiar. "What if they return, stronger than before?" I shook my head, trying to dispel the encroaching dread, but the voices only grew louder, their taunts clawing at my resolve. I pressed forward determined, but each step felt like trudging through thick mud, the ground beneath me squelching eerily, as if something murky lay just beneath the surface. Suddenly, the light shifted, dimming as shadows converged from all directions, swirling like a storm cloud intent on enveloping me. A low growl rumbled behind me, reverberating through the ground, sending a bone-deep chill racing up my spine. I turned around, adrenaline flooding my system, heart pounding like a drum in an empty hall. There it was again, the shape of that familiar figure, a grotesque distortion of the friend I'd thought I had lost. Its limbs elongated, twisting unnaturally, its grin far too wide, stretching not with joy but with malice. "And here you are, trying to escape your past," it hissed, voice dripping with venom, eyes glinting with a mix of hunger and regret. "You can't be real," I shouted, my voice wavering. "You're just a nightmare." "Oh, but I am nightmare and reality intertwined," it crooned, stepping closer, shadows curling around its forms, pulling at the edges of my consciousness. "No matter how bright your light shines, darkness will always find you. It will devour you from within." As the figure advanced, I felt the walls of light retreating, the warm glow dwindling to flickering embers. Panic surged anew, forcing me to glance around, searching for an escape route. But the shadows coalesced, creating an impenetrable barrier, morphing into grotesque shapes, faces twisted in agony and despair, mouths wide in silent screams, reaching toward me with claw-like fingers. "Join us," they wailed, their voices a cacophony of sorrow and rage. "You cannot fight what you have broken." I felt bile rise in my throat, choking on the weight of their relentless despair. It felt as if they were peeling back my layers, exposing every regret, every mistake I had tried so desperately to bury. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to push them away, but their cries echoed loudly, resonating deeper than I ever thought possible, reverberating against the walls of my mind. The air turned frigid, biting at my skin, and I could feel the dark essence wrapping around me like a vice, tightening with every anguished wail from the figures that surrounded me. I focused, trying to summon that flicker of inner light I had felt earlier. But in doing so, I felt an icy hand clasp around my heart, squeezing tightly, and a sense of impending doom washed over me. "Where is your shimmer of hope now?" the grotesque figure taunted, grinning wider as it pulled closer. "Can you feel how powerless you truly are?" With a surge of defiance, I shook my head and screamed into the abyss. "No, you are not my truth." The shadows paused, momentarily stunned by the intensity of my declaration. I could see their forms quiver, the howls less confident, and for a heartbeat, a thread of uncertainty flickered in their depths. It was just the spark I needed. Drawing from the core of my being, I harnessed the light within, feeling it spill over like molten gold, illuminating every corner of the darkness encroaching upon me. The fingers of shadow recoiled, hissing as they were singed by the furious brightness. I thrust my hands forward, directing the luminous energy into the murky mass, forcing the dark beings to retreat. "You think you can keep me chained?" I yelled, pushing harder, pouring every ounce of fury and righteousness into my voice. "You will not take me down without a fight." The monstrous figure faltered, its twisted smile wavering, revealing glimpses of vulnerability cracked through its shadowy facade. "You think you can truly accept us?" it demanded. "Once we are awakened, the darkness is never satisfied. It will tear you apart from the inside." But I remained steadfast, the strength building within me. "It is part of me, yes," I admitted, voice unwavering now. "But it does not own me." The shadows writhed like injured creatures, sensing their demise, the cacophony shifting into shrieks of panic. Behind them, more specters emerged, eyes wide with fear as they watched the power of light pushing against the abyss. The shadows began to unravel, their forms dissolving in a stagnant mist as the air crackled with electric energy. But as the lurking darkness withdrew, and I felt the oppressive weight lessening, an unshakable thought snuck back into my mind. This isn't over. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the faint flicker of movement, fingers slithering along the edges of my vision, pulling at the remnants of light. I turned just in time to see the shadows dragging themselves back, morphing into grotesque beasts, their forms undulating with rage and malice, spitting curses and threats that echoed like thunder. The largest creature, an amalgamation of every fear I'd ever harbored, narrowed its eyes at me, its breath a rotten wind that clawed at the edges of my sanity. "You think this is strength? You're merely postponing the inevitable," it growled, advancing. Every instinct inside me screamed to run, to escape from the unrelenting horror of their presence. But with my back against the wall, I remembered the strength that had bubbled fiercely in my heart moments ago. I realized confronting the shadows could lead to something even more terrifying than the darkness itself. The journey into a soul unburdened, fueled by desperation and resolve. I called back, "You're wrong. I will face every fragment of regret, every moment of failure." The darkness engulfed me, pulsating with anger. But as I reached deep within myself, I found that flickering light once more, a radiant resolve stronger than any shadow could muster. It surged through me, a tidal wave of luminescence threatening to obliterate their forms entirely. The shadows shrieked, their howls ricocheting off the walls of the swirling darkness. I knew I had to face each fear enveloped in their ghastly grip. I focused my energy into that very fear, staring it down as I prepared to confront the very core of my anguish. In a blinding flash, I dove into the heart of the shadows, ready to embrace the darkness that had long haunted me. I felt it wrap around me, not as a predator, but as a reflection of every painful moment I had lived. It was there that I witnessed the rawest truths of my existence, each memory more heart-wrenching than the last, exposing my very essence. Faces emerged, each carrying a tale of sorrow and shadow, reminding me of moments when silence was my companion instead of my voice. With every visage revealed, the shadows screamed louder, anguish turning to fury as they swirled around me, threatening to drown me in their despair. But deep within, I discovered a fierce light that countered each memory, bathing them in golden warmth. I refused to let the past define my present. "You belong to me now," I declared, feeling the pulses of fury and fear meld into something powerful. The shadows shrieked, their forms shattering like glass beneath the intensity of my reclaiming light. I found myself surrounded by a halo of iridescent glow, expanding to push back against the despair threatening to swallow me whole. And there, amid the chaos, a new entity began to form, a collection of sorrows bathed in warmth, pulsating gently like a heartbeat. As the swirling mass of shadows twisted in agony, I felt the urge to gather those lost fragments, to embrace my fears as true companions instead of adversaries. "You are part of me," I whispered, reaching out to the faces that wailed against the brightness. "Please come with me." The shadows writhed hesitantly, flickering between dark and light, the faces beginning to lose their tension, the cries turning into softer breaths. Slowly, one by one, they merged into the radiant glow, lines of sadness weaving into the fabric of my being. The darkness began to retreat, but a final wave lashed out, its energy a desperate attempt to reclaim what little power it had left. The figure of my lost friend materialized again, its face torn between longing and anger. "You cannot escape the damage you've done," it hissed, voice resonating in the depths of my mind. In that moment, a decision crystallized within the pulsating light, a tumultuous blend of pain and acceptance propelling me forward. "I don't intend to escape," I bellowed back, borrowing strength from everyone lost. "I intend to embrace every part of me, the light and the dark." The figure hesitated, its expression faltering. I pushed the light forward again, feeling it ripple with my fierce declaration. "You are not my demise, but a piece of me that I now choose to acknowledge." And with that, the shadows shattered one last time, exploding outward in a swirl of fragmented darkness, each piece shimmering against the newly emerging dawn. In their wake, I felt anew, lighter yet heavier, a jarring realization that I would carry this paradox with me for eternity. But as I stood amidst the fading shadows, surrounded by the warmth of those I had lost, I knew I didn't have to fight alone anymore. For beyond the chaos, the horizon glimmered with promise, each step taking me onward into an uncharted world painted in hues of both light and dark. I braced myself, understanding now that acknowledging the darkness didn't mean succumbing to it. Instead, it meant stepping bravely into the uncertainties ahead, knowing that I could survive amid shadows, forge my own path, and with every heartbeat, reclaim my story. So onward I walked, to face whatever awaited beyond the crumbling dusk, knowing that behind me lay a realm where darkness and light intertwined in the dance of life, a hauntingly beautiful reminder of every fight I faced and every fear I would overcome. As my feet brushed against the remnants of shadow, I felt a vibration surge through the ground beneath me, a pulse that echoed like a distant drumbeat. Each step forward felt like a journey deeper into a valley of whispers, where the murmurs of previous horrors melded with the promises of unresolved terrors. It became clear that though the shadows had retreated, the air still hummed with their lingering presence, a reminder that darkness and despair always waited just outside the light. The path I walked dissolved into a seemingly endless corridor, walls pulsating with an ominous glow that flickered like dying embers. It felt like I was moving through a dream, where time held no meaning, and reality wore a mask of distorted fear. Just ahead, I could see a faint shimmer, a scene unfolding at the end of the hall. Figures moving, their bodies distinct against the wavering light. But as I drew closer, unease settled heavily in my gut. The figures were not merely shadows. They were echoes of those I once knew, twisted by anguish and fear, their faces shaped by torment. Each figure beckoned, appearing lost and desperate, eyes wide yet hollow, mouths forming silent cries that echoed in the silence. The suffocating air became thick with their unspoken fears, heavy enough to grasp and pull me down. "Help us," I heard them whisper in unison, voices entwined in a ghostly melody that chilled me to my core. They reached out, their fingers brushing against the edges of my consciousness, seducing me with the longing for connection, for understanding. But as I stepped closer, I felt a yank in my heart, an instinctive warning that screamed for me to turn back. In that eerie silence, I recalled every moment of pain I'd tried to bury, every misstep I had taken. The memories clawed at me, rising like a tide, threatening to drown my resolve. I turned to face the glowing figures once more, their forms shimmering in the dark. "What do you want from me?" I shouted, my voice resonating against the walls, trembling with fear. "You know what we seek," one figure moaned, stepping forth. It bore the likeness of my childhood friend, a visage marred by grief, skin winding into twisted lines of sorrow. "Let us in. We are part of you. You cannot be whole without embracing your darkness." The figure's voice rumbled like thunder, filled with regret and longing, striking chords deep within me that I hadn't yet grappled with. As I stepped back, the corridor around me seemed to shift, the very air charged with an unsettling energy that sent primal shivers racing up my spine. Shadowy wisps slithered along the walls, coiling and twisting, pulling my attention toward the depths of despair that lingered just beyond the surface. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, a cacophony of torment that throbbed in my ears. "Face the truth. Acknowledge what you fear most," they urged, rising in a chorus of anguish that felt like a heavy weight pressing down on me. I felt my knees buckle, struggling to stand against the tide of voices beckoning me to confront each moment of weakness I'd stored away, the guilt of things left unsaid, the deeds undone. I forced myself to breathe deeply as shadows danced all around me, the glow of the corridor dimming as I fought against the wave of despair that threatened to engulf me completely. "Leave me be!" I screamed, desperation lacing my voice as I pressed my hands against my ears, trying to shut out their relentless pleas. But they continued undeterred, surrounding me like a storm with no intention of relenting. "You cannot escape. You cannot bury your pain forever." Suddenly, the walls twisted, buckling inwards, compressing the space around me. I felt my heart race, panic setting in, gripping my throat as I was entangled in a whirlwind of shadow and light. The figures of my friends morphed, blurring into grotesque parodies of what once held meaning. I realized that I wasn't just facing the shadows of my past. I was confronting the very heart of fear itself. A dark vortex formed at the end of the corridor, drawing in everything around it, a maelstrom of despair that threatened to suck me into its depths. I could hear the whispers shrieking with sinister glee. "You will become one of us. You will join us in our torment." But in the chaotic swirl, amidst the panic, a flicker of resolve sparked within me. I clenched my fists and steadied my breath, focusing on the warmth that bloomed like a flower in the midst of winter. "I will not be shackled by you," I declared, voice steadying as the shadows seemed to recoil momentarily, sensing a flicker of strength they had not anticipated. I took a step forward, forcing my way through the grip of despair that pulled at my ankles. "I am more than my regrets. I am the light that can coax you into understanding," I shouted, channeling all the anguish I had buried deep within, pushing it outward into the swirling darkness. The vortex paused, momentarily stunned, the figures that surrounded me flickering as if unsure to retreat or to advance. With each word, I felt the warmth within me expand, radiating outwards, absorbing the surrounding gloom and transforming it into threads of light that tangled with the shadows. One by one, the faces of my friends twisted back to show signs of recognition, their eyes filling with a mix of grief and hope. "Find us," they whispered, now more like a plea than a command. "Help us remember who we are." The shadows surrounding them flickered, then began to unravel, exposed to the light I had unleashed. I felt my heart surge as I surged forward, reaching for my friends. In that moment, understanding that my journey was intertwined with theirs, and together we could reshape the darkness. "No more running, no more hiding," I shouted. "Together we will rise." The corridor shimmered, the oppressive weight lifting as black tendrils receded, revealing bright patches of white as sunbeams filtered through the walls, illuminating the path ahead. Their silhouettes merged and twisted, but drew closer, forming a line of unity between heartbreak and hope. But just as I was about to embrace them, a roar split the air, a furious howl of rage that rattled the very core of my being. From the vortex, the monstrous figure re-emerged, larger and far more terrifying than before, its form a dark silhouette against the now brightening corridor. "You dare challenge what you cannot control?" it thundered, its voice echoing back at us like the chime of a distant bell trapped in a storm. Ribbons of darkness lashed out, grabbing at my limbs, pulling me back toward the abyss that still lurked at the fringes of my consciousness. I could feel the figure's icy breath brushing against my skin, a bitter chill that threatened to sap the warmth I had begun to embrace. I looked back to my friends, desperation clawing at my chest. "Help me!" I yelled to them, but the shadows twisted them away, their grasp retreating as fear surged once again. The figure laughed, a deep, rumbling cackle splintering the air around me, causing the lights to flicker violently. "They cannot help you," it taunted, advancing. "You set them free through your denial. You cannot hold them back from their suffering." Just then, a single voice rang clear above the tumult. "You are not alone. Remember." A glimmer of resolve erupted, and one by one, the figures of my friends flickered back into existence, forming a protective barrier around me as they grasped hands and pushed against the encroaching darkness. "Fight with us," they shouted in unison. Together, we turned to face the looming figure of darkness as a team, embodying every ounce of pain and each shred of hope. Our combined strength sent waves crashing forward, momentarily blinding the dark entity. I felt the light swell, fueled by the acceptance of our shared turmoil as we pushed against the darkness, determined to reclaim what had once been lost. The figure shrieked, its form twisting and warping under the purity of our united energy. I could feel it slipping through my fingers like grains of sand, desperation fueling its last stand. "You will never escape me," it bellowed, fury igniting the depths of its being. "Not today," I replied, voice steady. "You will not win." With a collective surge of energy, we thrust our hands forward, driving the light into the shadow like a lance of brilliance piercing through the chaos. As it surged forth, the swirling shadows began to dissolve, unraveling like threads of a frayed tapestry. The howls subsided, replaced by a surreal quiet as I felt the darkness tremble and contort before us, clawing at its last threads of power. But deep within the cacophony, an unsettling whisper slipped through, slithering into my mind, taunting me. "You may push me away, but I will always be a part of you." And in that dark embrace, a realization gripped my heart, a haunting reminder that the darkness would always linger, just beyond the edge of consciousness, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But with each haunting whisper, a flicker of light now remained, a testament to the battles fought and the strength found in holding on to hope. I had faced the darkness, and even if it would always be near, The journey was far from over. I steeled my resolve, setting my gaze forward. As the last remnants of shadow faded, paths unknown lay ahead, brimming with potential and the lingering promise of light. A journey not yet complete, but a chance to reshape my truth, forging a new destiny, one filled with both light and shadow interwoven in the tapestry of existence. With heart racing, I took a step forward into the pale glow illuminating the horizon, aware that chilling whispers still circled around me, echoing with ominous reminders, urging caution as I ventured forth into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever darkness awaited. With cautious steps, I entered the pale glow spilling from the corridor's end, heart pounding with dread and anticipation. The atmosphere thickened, an almost tangible weight pressing against my skin as the light flickered above, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move independently, crawling along the ground like living tendrils. As I crossed the threshold, the air shifted dramatically, turning sharp and cold. The radiant glow that had filled the last corridor now faded into a murky dimness, soaking the surroundings in a ghastly twilight. The ground beneath me morphed into damp stone, and I felt a chill beneath my feet, as if the surface were alive, sighing sharply at my presence. Ahead, a narrow passage opened, obscured by swirling fog, its depths obscured in a shroud of unsettling shadows. I could hear a strange whisper echoing from within, a soft susurration that clawed at my mind, tugging at words and memories long buried. Panic swelled within me. What was I walking into? What would I find in that elusive darkness? Stay strong, I whispered to myself, pushing forward despite the fear that threatened to root me in place. Each step echoed, sound bouncing back at me as if taunting my courage. The whispers grew louder now, intertwining with my own thoughts, drowning me in the cacophony of ghostly voices. Don't forget us, you can't escape. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath me, stones grinding together as if in protest. I stumbled, almost losing my footing as a shape broke through the fog. An old wooden door, its surface warped and cracked, hinges rusted and groaning like a living creature. The whispers intensified, a chaotic whirlwind of voices urging me to flee, yet my hand reached out, drawn inexplicably toward the decaying handle. As I pushed the door open, an icy breeze rushed out, swallowing me in its grip. A chilling dread settled in my gut as I crossed the threshold into a room cloaked in darkness. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and I could feel something watching me from the void. Shadows writhed across the walls, taking on shapes that distorted into familiar figures, lost loved ones, faces of friends twisted in anguish, their expressions full of sorrow and despair. My heart raced as I backed away, the whispers now a torrent in my ears, pleading, begging, echoing off the walls. Help us remember. You can save us. Their voices collided like thunder, sending violent tremors through the air. I could taste the bitterness of fear, sharp like metal in my throat, yet matched with anger that flared inside. Stop! I shouted into the abyss, determination clawing at my chest. You are not real! But the room took on a life of its own, shadows swirling around me like a dark storm. They wrapped around my limbs, constricting, pulling me closer to the flickering memories of anguish. A broken mirror hung on one wall, a shard reflecting the dim light, showing haunting glimpses of the memories I had tried to escape, my past failures, moments of betrayal, echoes of the pain I had inflicted on those I loved. The glimmer from the mirror gleamed and warped as I stepped closer. I squinted, drawn to the reflection that morphed into an image of my younger self, eyes wide with terror, lost in an abyss of sorrow. You left us, the child whispered, voice frail and trembling. You abandoned us in the dark. I recoiled, stumbling back as regret rushed through me like a river of ice. How could this happen? How could I face this version of myself yet again? No! I cried, desperation bleeding into my voice. I had no choice. I had to. Choice. The silence that followed was deafening, interrupted only by the low, crackling sound of laughter, dark and mocking. What choice did you make? You ran. You hid. The voice echoed, and again the shadows surged, closing in, squeezing tighter like a vice. I grasped at the edges of my own sanity, trying to fend off the mounting chaos. I'm stronger now, I screamed, but my own words felt hollow and devoid of conviction. Doubt wrapped around me like an ancient shroud, suffocating the last remnants of resolve. As I struggled, the whispers transformed into an accusatory chant reverberating off the walls. You can't escape the truth. You will pay for what you did. The shadows around me converged, their forms shifting and stretching like tendrils seeking to pull me into a void of despair. Panic surged within me, a desperate need to find an exit, a way to break free. But every angle I turned revealed more of their haunting memories, mirroring back the regrets I thought long buried. Just then, a flicker of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating a doorway on the far side of the room. It pulsed rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat, casting warm rays that sliced through the surrounding gloom. I could feel an alluring warmth wash over me, igniting hope amid the cascading shadows. Go, a gentle voice urged from the shimmering light. Leave them. You must face forward. Summoning every ounce of determination, I lunged toward the radiance, the shadows shrieking in outrage as I broke free from their grasp. I darted forward, arms stretched wide, feeling the warmth wrap around me, pulling me in, shielding me from the darkness that howled behind. Each breath, heavier, each retreat closer. The warmth surged, lifting me from the grip of despair, carrying me into the light. I closed my eyes against the luminous force, letting it embrace me. But just as I thought I'd escaped, the shadows followed, trailing behind like old friends turned enemies, whispering promises of return. I burst through the doorway and stumbled into an expansive chamber, every inch vibrating with energy. It was a sanctuary, all white and glowing, adorned with intricate patterns that pulsed in tempo beneath my feet. I felt the weight of the shadows fall away, but the whispers lingered, coiled tightly in the back of my mind. Breath catching in my throat, I pushed deeper into the space, heart racing with trepidation. Where am I? I wondered aloud, trying to maintain my grip on reality. Then reality bent around me as the chamber shuddered, walls vibrating with an otherworldly pulse. The patterns on the floor began to shift, swirling into dark waves until the gleaming tile turned into rolling streams of liquid shadow. The room transformed, teetering on the edge of chaos. Forms began to materialize within the shadows, vague silhouettes rearranging themselves into haunting faces. All those I had lost, faces twisted in sorrow. You can't escape, they murmured in unison, echoing around me, their voices melding into a soft chorus that reverberated off the walls. Please, I begged, stumbling backward. I didn't mean to hurt you. As I stumbled, the shadows tightened their grip on the edges of my consciousness. The weight of their gaze bore down on me, filling me with dread and helplessness. In that moment, I understood their true purpose, to remind me of every scar I had inflicted upon them, every choice I had made that led to their suffering. The silence that followed felt like razor wire, slicing through the air as I grappled with the enormity of their pain. On the verge of breaking, I clenched my fists tight, breathing deep to stave off despair. If I face you, I yelled into the chaotic mix of shadows and pain, I can find a way to help us all. The darkness shifted suddenly, parting slightly to reveal a pathway that spiraled downward into an unseen depth. The whispers crescendoed, morphing into an anguished cacophony, swirling around me with wild abandon. Go! Go into the darkness, they screamed, voices colliding in a fevered mix of hope and terror. Despite the unease that crept into my heart, I couldn't turn back now. Driven by necessity, I stepped into the encroaching shadows, feeling the cold envelop me. As I descended, the temperature dropped, the silence broken only by my rapid, faltering breaths. Entering the darkness was disorienting. I grasped at unseen shapes, the decay permeating the air a bitter reminder of what I faced below. The surroundings felt alive, the walls pulsating as if a heartbeat resonated from within. Shadows darted and flickered, shifting just beyond my line of vision, keeping me in a constant state of alert. "Embrace us," the voices from before floated through the air, tempting and taunting. "Surrender to the darkness. It's all-consuming." "I will not," I shouted back, my voice cracking in the oppressive void. But fear gnawed at my resolve. Each step felt like I was venturing deeper into a crypt, where the darkness grew thicker, almost alive with whispers of forgotten truths. As I continued down the winding path, flashes of memories danced before my eyes, faces once familiar, moments of laughter mingled with betrayal. I winced as they flickered like flames, imprinting themselves on my mind, each one a shard of pain waiting to reconnect with the scandalous tapestry of guilt. Finally, the descent ended in a dim chamber, the shadows swirling densely around me like a living thing. I took a steadying breath, yearning for the light as the darkness clung to my skin, enveloping me. Shapes loomed in the corners of my vision, silhouettes shifting like smoke, waiting for me to relinquish my grip on the truth of who I was. "Show yourself," I demanded, eyes narrowing as I sought the source of the shadows that circled like vultures. "Do you really want to face us?" The voice echoed back, reverberating through the room, filled with a chilling mixture of malice and desperation. Shadows coalesced in front of me, swirling into form, a monstrous reflection of my own fears, a grotesque parody of everything I had lost. And then, like a floodgate breaking open, the visions cascaded forth, revealing the horrors I had hidden away, the faces of those I had hurt, a sinister gallery of regret flashing before my eyes. Their mouths moved, but the words came out disjointed, drowning in an overwhelming swell of emotion. "You don't know what you've done," they screamed, voices a melodic mix of rage and sorrow that shattered my composure. "I'm sorry," I pleaded, desperation spilling out, guilt cascading over me. "I didn't mean to. I never wanted this." Laughter erupted, deep and resonant, echoing against the shadows. "Words mean nothing when your actions have cast such darkness," the entity replied, its form rearranging seamlessly within the swirling void. It reached out, shadowy tendrils stretching toward me, enveloping my body in a cold grip as if trying to suffocate my resolve. Just then, the glowing warmth I had felt earlier flickered to life within me, igniting the remnants of hope buried beneath the layers of regret. I clenched my fists, recalling the strength I had fought to summon before. "No, I refuse to let you control me," I declared, heart racing, voice steadying. The entity paused, uncertainty flickering across its ghostly visage as I stepped forward defiantly. "I will not be your prisoner anymore. You are not my truth," I shouted, channeling the energy roused within. "I accept my darkness, but I also embrace my light." With newfound strength, I directed that light outward, feeling it radiate from my core, pushing back against the shadowy tendrils that clawed at me. Daylight erupted in waves, illuminating the hidden corners of the chamber, slashing through the tangled mass of shadows that had ensnared me. The entity recoiled, howling in anguish as light scorched the darkness, illuminating twisted wagers of pain that resided there. "No, you cannot escape. We are part of you," it screamed, agony and fury intertwining as it writhed in the growing radiance. "Perhaps," I responded, voice slicing through the turmoil, "but I define who I am." The chamber trembled, walls vibrating as the clash of light and dark surged like a storm. I felt the full force of my emotions surging forward, striking the heart of the shadow entity that had once held me captive. The room erupted in a whirlwind of color, chaos crashing against despair until, with a blinding flash, the shadows screamed one last time, exploding outward like fireworks, bursting into tiny pinpricks of darkness that scattered around the chamber like dying stars. As the dust settled, I stood panting in the now quiet space, heart racing and limbs trembling with exertion. The lingering gloom faded, and brilliance revealed a new horizon, unmarked yet shimmering with possibilities. But the ache from earlier lingered, whispers still gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. "You will never be free of us," they hissed, the shadows coiling back to form, readying for another assault. But I felt different now, fortified by the light I had embraced. With fierce resolve, I stepped forward, ready to face anything that would emerge. While the memories and shadows would forever be intertwined with me, I could reclaim my narrative, an undying adventure amid the light and dark that shaped my existence. And in that moment, I understood this journey wasn't merely about battling the shadows. It was about confronting the entangled truths that lived within me, grappling with my own fears and mistakes, ready to mold them into strength instead of shackles. The air around me shifted again, thick with an oppressive energy, as I took another step. Shadows still lingered, those fragments of darkness whispering promises of despair that clawed at my mind like ravenous creatures. They slithered along the walls as if searching for cracks to seep through, their murmurings almost intoxicating in their familiarity. "Just give in," they hissed, voices a mixture of temptation and sorrow. "You will never be whole again. You will always carry our weight." With each step, the room began to twist and contort. The once stable walls warped, stretching like dark serpents awakening from a long slumber. I could see the grotesque shapes of those I had lost. They surged forward, their features warped, eyes hollow and filled with longing, their mouths twisted in silent screams. "Why do you fight?" a figure crooned, drawing closer. It was an amalgam of familiar faces, moments of loss pouring into form, memories animating in a haunting dance. "What is left for you? Embrace us, and you will never feel pain again." I shivered, recoiling at the rawness of their plea. It was a seductive offer, a promise that echoed through my mind, calling out like a siren song. I wanted to believe it. Perhaps surrender would ease the agony, erase the scars that haunted me like shadows in the night. But a deeper intuition flared inside my chest. "No!" I yelled, voice trembling with the weight of my defiance. "I won't be consumed. I can carry you with me." But I refused to lose myself to despair. As if provoked by my words, the air rippled violently. The shadows sharpened, forming into grotesque extensions that reached for me like clawed hands, eager to pull me back into the abyss. I could hear their anguished laughter, an unsettling chorus that threw me into a frenzy, swirling around like a tempest. Without thinking, I bolted down the now distorting corridor that had appeared before me, desperate to escape their grasp. Each step resulted in the floor shifting beneath me, a slippery reminder that I could tumble back into the darkness with one misstep. I gasped for breath, heart racing as I ran deeper into the unknown, a maze that stretched like an intricate web designed to ensnare. The whispers grew louder as I tore through the dark, muttering my fears, regrets, and doubts. "You can't escape," they taunted. "You will always return to us." I pushed forward, fueled by an urgent instinct to break away. The walls of the corridor loomed closer, slender and suffocating. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, darting in and out like mischief incarnate. Just when I thought I might slip free, a bone-chilling gust of wind threw me to my knees, smashing my hands against the jagged ground, sending searing pain up my arms. Trying to catch my breath, I squinted through the growing gloom, sweat pooling at my temples as chill gripped me tighter. The room shifted again, walls of stone damp and cold whispering secrets of despair. In the dimness, I caught sight of a mirror looming at the end of the passage, its surface rippling like water, inviting. But as I crept closer, trepidation coursed through my body. The reflection morphed frantically, revealing twisted images of my past. Failures, losses, and moments of weakness flashing before my eyes. Each scene vividly replayed, a haunting reminder that clawed at my insides. "Open the door," I murmured, compelled by the gravitational pull of the mirror's haunted essence. Face who you are. The air shook with a chaotic energy, shadows swirling violently around my feet. I reached my hand toward the mirror's surface, feeling a tremor shoot through my core as I made contact. Ripples spread outward, distorting the reflections further until the glass shattered in a cacophonous explosion, icy shards scattering like daggers across the floor. In that moment of ruin, a blinding light erupted, forcing me to shield my eyes. But as I glanced through the shards, I glimpsed a swirling dark vortex opening behind me, a whirlpool of despair and regret drawing closer. The cries of those I failed resonated through the air, echoing and coiling around me, each voice steeped in sorrow. "Join us," they pleaded, a cacophony of grief intertwined with desires for revenge. "You cannot escape the truth." Heart racing, I fought against the pull, feeling the vortex tighten its grip. I could sense all that I feared slipping away, a chilling inevitability curling around my throat like a noose. "No!" I screamed, gripping the shards of the shattered mirror in my hands. "I will face my truth." With raw determination, I lunged back into the light, the shards that had once reflected my pain now shimmering bright like stars in the unforgiving dark. I squeezed, their edges biting into my palms, and pressed through the swirling wind toward the vortex, faces old and new flashing before me, each scream now a vehicle of strength rather than fear. "Listen to me," I cried, willing the shadows to cease, pushing forward against the consuming darkness. "I acknowledge my failures, but I am not defined by them. I will rise above." The vortex flared, its centrifugal force pulling at my essence, but the shards shimmered fiercely in my grip. I felt the combined energy of every fractured memory, anger, and sorrow coalesce into a singular force of resilience streaming through my limbs. With a piercing scream that echoed against the void, I hurled the shards into the heart of the swirling darkness, the light bursting forth, illuminating the chaos. Light poured through the cracks, illuminating figures in shadow, shapes that recoiled momentarily from the brilliance, as if caught in an ancient spell. "Feel!" I roared, my voice cutting clear above the din as the lights surged and flared, bathing the room in a blinding glow. "Face what has tethered you." Finally, the shadowy silhouettes began to shift and dissolve, caught in the radiant beams erupting from the shards. Faces emerged, hauntingly familiar but distorted by anguish, desperately seeking solace amid the light. I sensed their longing, a shared connection knitting us together, a realization that we could rebuild something beautiful from our pain. As the shadows writhed and twisted, fragments of my past broke free, floating around us like ashes in the wind. My pulse thrummed loudly in my ears as I continued to forge my way through the amalgamation of pain, demanding acknowledgement from every face that flickered around me. "You can be free," I urged, swallowed up by the light, echoing through the remaining gloom. "We all can. Share your truth with me." In that moment, the room shook violently, and the entity that had tormented me materialized again, an amorphous mass of darkness thrumming with rage. Its voice clawed at my mind. "You will regret this choice. You don't know what you're invoking." Yet even amid that chaos, I felt the darkness weaken. The shadows that had once been a stranglehold fell from my shoulders like stale fog, retreating under the fierce brilliance now illuminating everything. I wasn't going to bow, not to the fear nor the regret that had pulled me back before. I took a step forward, gathering strength and courage. "It's time to release the past," I declared, my every word echoing through the crumbling void. "Your power over me has ended. Face the light." The entity screamed, its voice shrill, reverberating like shattered glass while it curled back, pulling at the remnants of shadows that once held dominion over me. "No, you will not escape," it shrieked, knowing its grip was slipping away as I summoned the radiant force surging within and directed it toward the lurking darkness. The shadows roared as I let the light pour from my core, amplifying into beams that pierced the heart of the swirling mass. Threads of darkness ignited and disintegrated as my resolve deepened, an overwhelming wave of acceptance washing over me. In that moment of confrontation, I understood that this wasn't just a battle. It was an awakening. As the shadows broke apart in a kaleidoscope of sorrowful faces, I caught a glimpse of freedom in their eyes, the pain dissipating into acceptance, frail but bright. And so I continued to push forward, ready to confront whatever new terror awaited, knowing deep down that I had the light to guide me even in the darkest hours. The battle was far from over, but I no longer walked alone in the shadows. I carried my memories and fears with me, forging ahead into the unknown with hope flickering like a candle against the gathering storm. I felt that surge of determination coursing through me, each heartbeat echoing like a drum against the overwhelming silence. But as I stood there, staring into the flares of light I commanded, the shadows twisted yet again, morphing into shapes that loomed ominously behind me. They danced and flickered, creeping along the walls, eager to reestablish their grip on me, tantalizing me with promises of despair. I glanced over my shoulder and found the hallway morphing further, the once familiar corridor transforming into a never-ending labyrinth that twisted into impossible angles. Suddenly, the air turned thick, stifling like quicksand, making every inhalation a struggle. My chest tightened as I could hear murmurs racing ahead of me, whispers calling out in a dark chorus that filled the air with dread. "Come back," the voices hummed in unison, an unsettling echo that ricocheted around me. They promised that the darkness could offer comfort, that I wouldn't be alone if I returned. I shook my head, teeth clenched, and pushed forward against the invisible tide that pulled at me, desperate to escape their relentless pull. But then it hit me, a low rumble like distant thunder, the very foundation shuddering beneath my feet. I stumbled as the echoes grew louder, morphing into anguished screams that reverberated throughout the corridor. My pulse quickened as each footstep felt heavier, burdened by the weight of those lost to the shadows. I could see outlines pressing against the blackness, their faces twisting in pain, reaching for me with outstretched hands that clawed desperately at the air. "Help us," they cried, voices breaking with sorrow. "You can save us, please." Panic surged through my body as shards of memories began to fragment within me. I was flooded with fleeting images of moments long past. My hands pressed against those I loved, the look of betrayal etched into their features when I had failed them. Each vision clawed at my heart, igniting guilt I thought I had buried. Suddenly, the corridor erupted with a deafening shriek as the shadows surged forward like an advancing storm, almost tangible in their fury. The air crackled with electricity as I braced myself, preparing for an onslaught. But just then, the light within me surged brighter, illuminating everything momentarily before plunging it back into darkness. I felt the balance teeter, like the fragile moment before a storm breaks. From the depths of the shadows, a figure emerged, tall and shrouded in malice, a silhouette that seemed to absorb the light around it. It glided without footsteps, the very air thickening as it approached. I could feel the oppressive weight of its gaze, a hungry darkness swirling around it, devouring the faint light that flickered in my heart. "You think you can defy us?" It hissed, voice like serrated glass, each word slicing through the cold air. Its eyes were twin abysses, drawing my gaze into an endless void of despair. "You are bound to us. You cannot escape your fate." With a surge of adrenaline, I took a step back, but found my feet rooted in place, the shadows wrapping around my ankles, binding me in place. The overwhelming fear clawed at my throat, choking me into silence as anguish radiated from every corner of the chamber. The laughter that followed was cruel, a mixture of delight and malice that danced through the air. "You will know our pain," the creature declared, tendrils of darkness snaking closer, reaching for my throat, tightening around me with a vice-like grip. Images flashed past my eyes, moments of triumph twisted with moments of regret, forcing me to confront every choice I had made, every life I had touched with shadows. I gasped, heart pounding louder within my chest, but somehow, in that moment of sheer terror, a flicker of resilience sparked inside me. The light I had embraced pulsed at my core, battling against the encroaching darkness. "I will not be a prisoner," I shouted, voice trembling but resolute. The entity sneered, growing even larger, its form blackening as it seeped into the shadows coiling around me. "You are foolish to resist. The more you fight, the stronger we become." I drew in a shaky breath and summoned the memories of love, the faces that mattered, anchoring me against the pull of despair. With a fierce yell, I thrust my hands forward, ready to push against the shadows holding me captive, determined to break free from their cold embrace. Light erupted from my palms, spilling into the darkness, and I felt warmth wash over me, chasing away the chill that clung so tightly. The shadows recoiled under the onslaught, shrieking in fury as I pressed forward, feeling the barrier between us shift. It was no longer a simple battle. It was a desperate clash of wills. But even as I fought with everything I had, the entity charged forward, a tempest of shadows crashing against my glow. "You think you can truly defeat us?" it wailed, its voice a cacophony of anguish and rage as it wrapped around my being, squeezing tighter, seeking entrance. I could feel the darkness seeping into my skin. Grasping for the light, I clung to so fiercely. Suddenly, the chamber shifted once more, a swirling whirlpool of light and dark meeting at chaotic angles, strands of despair swirling violently. For a heartbeat, I could see shapes within the shadows, each one a reflection of my past, mistakes etched in torment, each face familiar and lost. Their mouths moved in slow motion, words of anguish spilling forth. Their eyes pleaded for someone to right the wrongs, to turn back time. In that chaotic moment, doubt crept into my mind, a seasoned thief whose touch chilled my resolve. What if I can't save them? I worried, the gleaming brightness faltering under the pressure. What if I'm just a coward, not worthy of hope? But just as the shadows wrapped tighter, threatening to snuff out the light entirely, I recalled every hand I had held in moments of joy, every laugh shared, every fight together. They reminded me who I truly was, a survivor, not defined by my failures but by my resilience. And at that moment of realization, a roar erupted from my core. "No more!" I shouted, defiance boiling in my blood. The energy surged like a tidal wave, a cascade of brilliant light bursting forth, engulfing the dark entity, making it shrink back as if stung. I could see the shadows quivering at the edges of my light, their forms distorting and twisting. As I pushed forward, relentless in my pursuit of freedom, the room shook violently, a whirlwind of energy swirling furiously, and the dark figure shrieked, a sound filled with rage, fear, and loss that echoed off the walls, reverberating deep into my soul. The shadows writhed like snakes, helpless against the brilliance that unfolded before me, their power destabilizing as I harnessed my strength, propelled by every moment I had fought for. "Embrace the light, not the dark," I yelled, focusing my will, drawing from the very essence of hope I had locked away. The shadows screamed and twisted, howling like lost souls as I pressed deeper into the chaos. I felt the vibrations of the room shift, the boundaries of light and dark colliding in a frenetic dance, merging together in a clash that would determine everything. "Finish this," a voice echoed within me, a call to arms from deep inside, a challenge that surged through my veins, igniting flames of courage. I could almost see a path forward, a bright tunnel beckoning amidst the chaos. And with all my resolve, I sprinted toward it, even as the shadows clawed at my heels. The walls crumbled away, dissipating into shadows of their own, until I stood at the edge of something vast, a chasm filled with darkness that seemed to stretch endlessly below me. I steadied myself, scanning the void, waiting for the plunge. But something eerie caught my eye, a flicker of light piercing through, a pinprick of clarity that called out as if my soul recognized it. Realizing that I needed to make one final stand, I closed my eyes and embraced the warmth building within. I choose light, I declared once more, louder than the cacophony around me, and I leaped into the void, surrendering to that radiant energy. Seized by an explosion of brightness, I felt the shadows around me shriek in fury, unraveling as I pierced through the abyss. The darkness disintegrated, revealing tendrils of light that rippled like water, illuminating everything before me and ushering the shadows back into the void whence they came. But I wasn't alone. As I emerged, I felt the warmth brush against my skin, faint yet undeniable. It was the light, yes, but it was also the memories of everyone, their presence vibrant around me as I burst through the darkness. I could finally breathe again, heart racing steadily as I danced on the brink of impossibility, fueled by the power of skill, hope, and love. Yet beneath the exhilaration, something else lingered, a sense of dread. I had fought so hard, but I hadn't faced the true heart of the shadows. What lay deeper in the abyss? A part of me trembled at the thought as I stood there, teetering on the edge of an unseen revelation, beauty spilling around me. Yet the darkness lingered at the corners of my vision. I knew I had just begun. A greater threat awaited beyond, eager to test my resolve. But I would stand firm once more, light and dark woven together, and I would fight for every memory, every mechanism of choice that pushed me forward. Hand in hand with the memories I embraced, I took a step into the unknown. I stepped into the unknown with determination coursing through my veins, but the air felt thick, pressing down on me like a weighty shroud. A shiver raced up my spine as shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, whispering secrets that chilled me to the bone. My footsteps echoed strangely, each one reverberating in the silence, creating a rhythm that seemed almost alive, as if the ground itself was mocking my courage. The path before me twisted and bent in ways that defied logic, a route leading me deeper into this engulfing darkness. From the corners of this eerie space, whispers began again, wrapping around me like the breath of the forgotten. "Come play with us," they intoned, their voices hypnotic yet laced with malice. I strained to see through the gloom, pulse quickening as shapes began to materialize in the shadows, figures shifting and swirling just beyond my field of vision. My heart raced with every moment, anticipation coiling tightly as I sensed something lurking in the depths, seeking to emerge. And then it struck me, a flash of movement darting between the flickering shadows. It was quick, unsettling, and far too small to make sense of at first. I squinted, trying to discern what it was, my instinct pulling me back. What if it was a trap? But before I could contemplate turning away, a high-pitched giggle echoed, reverberating against the walls like shattering glass. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice breaking the spell of silence. But my heart sank as it felt more like an invitation than a question. The shadows swirled, flickers of light dancing beneath their dark veil. I could see faces molded from darkness, eyes glinting with curiosity and something darker, something sinister. "Don't be afraid," chimed a voice, flat and hollow, like the echoes of laughter long forgotten. "We just want to play. It's so boring in the dark." I shook my head, backpedaling instinctively, feeling the cold stone wall against my back, providing little comfort. Was this a game? Or was it something much more sinister than they let on? As I searched for an escape, the giggling intensified, growing louder and more frantic until I felt like a target being closed in on from all sides. Suddenly, the laughter transformed into a cacophony, wild, chaotic shrieks that pierced through the air. The shadows thickened around me, so dense that it was hard to see. They clawed at my mind, the temperature plunging, and I could feel the ground shift beneath me as if it were alive, pulsating with a heartbeat of its own. Then, as if rejecting my presence, the darkness twisted upward, forming grotesque shapes whose contours morphed and shifted incessantly. I could see faces crumpling into the walls, mouths opening wide in silent screams, frozen in torment, their eyes pleading for release. I looked around, seeing more figures trapped in this maze of despair, each one a reflection of my worst fears, the faces of those who had suffered through my decisions, all twisted in pain. "No!" I shouted, desperation rising in my throat. "I won't be part of this." But my words felt empty in this graveyard of lost hopes and fading memories. With renewed determination, I began to step forward through the creeping darkness, eyes locked on a faint glimmer in the distance that promised another way, an exit perhaps. As I waded through the shadows, the giggles grew more aggressive, mingling with taunts that dripped with malevolence. "You think you can leave us? You belong here," they screeched, voices blending into a shrill symphony of despair. The ground vibrated violently, as if the very realm I traversed was alive and angered by my intrusion, and I stumbled, barely catching myself. The pull of the figures tugged at me, stealing my thoughts and clouding my resolve. I could feel their anguish intertwining with my own memories, unearthing the ghosts of guilt and regret I had tried to bury. I was being dragged down, spiraling through the depths of their sorrow, inevitably drawn into their world. Then, to my horror, the flickering lights began to dim, shadows stretching like gnarled hands reaching for me, igniting a primal fear that surged from my core. I took another hesitant step toward the beam of light, and with that small action, the figure emerged more clearly from the depths. A child, wraith-like and translucent, its eyes wide as if searching for something lost. "Stay with us," it pleaded, voice hollow, the echo of innocence dripping with desperation. It swayed gently, beckoning me with a frail hand, but the sight of its gaunt form set off alarm bells within my mind. I had seen the faces of lost children before, spirits trapped in a cycle of despair, lost between the worlds of the living and the dead. I was not going to surrender to this nightmare. "No, I won't," I shouted defiantly, but the child's face twisted in a grimace, its sorrow transforming into fury. "You will suffer like us," it screeched, mouth stretching far too wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth that glattered like knives. This wasn't a plea. It was a threat, the promise of something dark. To my shock, the further I moved, the more the shadows began to solidify into shapes that advanced toward me. With jagged fingers reaching and malicious grins pulling back, they surrounded me, blotting out the light, suffocating me enough to cut off my breath. "Join us," they chanted, a terrifying chorus, their voices mingling into a single monstrous entity. The ground trembled violently as an ominous wind kicked up, the shadows swirling around me like a tempest. Panic surged in my chest, and I could feel my strength waning. The light I had carried inside flickered, threatening to extinguish as the cries grew louder, drowning out my thoughts, wrapping around me like thick smoke. "Don't fight it," the figure shrieked, piercing the darkness with laughter that echoed. "Don't you want to be free?" Suddenly, a surge of pure dread washed over me, pulling at my foundations, and I realized the truth of that horrifying statement. I had always fought against this feeling, the weight of loss pressing down on me like a stone. Giving in, yielding, was the promise of sweet relief from the agony that bound me. But I wouldn't let that tug my will. With every ounce of strength left, I forced myself forward again, into the path of light that now shimmered like a distant star, fighting through the ethereal chaos that threatened to swallow me whole. The whispers morphed into a howl of discontent, rage clashing with my defiance as I resisted the pull, tearing my gaze from those ravaged faces filled with anguish. I sprinted toward the light, muscles straining, fighting against the tide, and as I moved, I could feel the shadows clawing at my mind, rearing their heads. "Fleeing won't save you," they laughed, but I pressed on, heart hammering with adrenaline. An electric charge rippled through the air, igniting all around me as the world blurred into a chaotic mess of light and dark. The laughter intensified, a symphony of torment wrapping around me like chains, squeezing painfully as I broke through the final veil. I stumbled, falling into the bright horizon of clarity that contrasted sharply against the oppressive darkness behind. But just as I felt release, I caught a glimpse of the dark entity looming behind me. Its shape writhed, melding into an amalgamation of twisted faces and monstrous forms, feeding off my fear as if it were a blood-sucking leech, each scream recharging it with blissful satisfaction. "You will return," it hissed, a voice dripping with malice, wrapping around my mind like a vile serpent. "We are the memories you refuse to embrace, the darkness that feeds your regrets. You cannot outrun us forever." The last vestiges of light coiled around me fiercely, pulling me into a newfound resolve. "You're wrong," I said quietly, adrenaline seeping into my words. I forced myself to stand upright. "I will not go back. I will embrace my truth." With those words, the light surged molten hot, erupting outward in a brilliant flare that illuminated the darkness as if it were mere smoke, scattering the shadows in a flash. The entity howled in fury, its form dissipating like ash in an unforgiving wind. But even as I stood bathed in brightness, heart pounding in triumph, a residual chill crawled down my spine, a growing nagging doubt gnawing at my mind. I had pushed back the darkness, but I felt it lurking still, eager to reclaim its hold. Somewhere in the distance, the echoes of those lost were faint but undeniable. They reminded me that while I had claimed victory in this moment, the shadows of my past wouldn't just vanish. I had to continue pushing forward, to confront the unsettling truths that intertwined with my very essence, refusing to let the darkness claim me again. As I took a deep breath, preparing for the path ahead, I felt a haunting sensation wash over me. The shadows may have recoiled, but they were not gone. They lingered just beyond my reach, waiting for the next moment of weakness, each breath a reminder that my fight was far from over. With trepidation, I stepped forward into the uncharted expanse, knowing that the true test awaited in the shadows just beyond that glimmer of light, a place where the scars of the past would fashion themselves in a trial still left unchallenged. What might rise before me was unseen, but I had faced the abyss, and I would face it again. Each step was slow as I crossed into the uncharted expanse, a cavernous void stretching before me. The light surrounding me flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows that twisted unnaturally against the dark stone walls. My heart thudded heavily in my chest, each beat echoing unnervingly in the silence. Then sudden chills filled the air. A cruel breeze raked across my skin, as though icy fingers brushed against me. I paused, my breath caught in my throat, and listened. Silence reigned briefly, until it was pierced by a low, rumbling growl reverberating from somewhere deep within the darkness. I peered into the abyss, trying to discern the source. This time, I wasn't just facing echoes of despair, but something tangible, lurking, hungry. With a shuddering breath, I continued walking, forcing my legs to carry me forward. Shadows writhed at my feet, slithering along the ground like serpents, each one whispering my name, a cacophony of voices that felt like a noose tightening around my throat. "Are you brave enough to face the truth?" Their chilling tones echoed, mocking me, tormenting my resolve. Each word rippled through the air, unsettling my senses, striking at the raw edges of my courage. Then I noticed, among the curling blackness, shapes began to materialize. They crept along the walls, twisted silhouettes of figures trapped in contorted poses, their faces frozen in anguish. Each one seemed to cry out without sound, their mouths wide open, begging for release. My pulse quickened, and I turned away, feeling their pain press down on me like a heavy weight. Every step deeper into the shadows intensified the dread that hung thickly in the air, a foreboding that clung to my skin. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into something more coherent. A hulking figure emerging from the depths, features obscured, but its presence was suffocating. I froze, rooted in place as it shuffled closer, dragging its feet like a marionette with frayed strings. Its form twisted and distorted with unsettling grace, thick tendrils of darkness trailing behind, reaching for me. "You can't escape, you know," it murmured, voice low, resonant growl that scraped against my mind. The sound sent shivers coursing through my body, causing my heart to race and my instincts to scream at me to run. But I remained paralyzed, drawn into its gaze, a pair of hollow, starving eyes that promised agony and despair in equal measure. Just then, the air turned frigid, and I felt a presence slipping in beside me, something small and cold, whispering secret fears in a voice that felt like icy water trickling down my spine. "Why won't you help us?" it pleaded, a disembodied child's voice layered with despair. Shadows of little hands reached out, intertwining with the thicker darkness surrounding me, pulling at my pant legs like lost souls grasping for salvation. "Let them go," I gasped, blinking back tears, but they only tightened their grip, their fingers icy against my skin. I could see their faces now, ethereal and tragic, all reflecting mourning and desperation. They shifted and flickered, some too far gone to recognize, others achingly familiar. A rising wave of guilt crashed over me, threatening to drown me in their sorrow. Yet amid the torment, a flicker of determination sparked within. I wasn't just a spectator here. I had faced these shadows before, and I was not going to succumb without a fight. Drawing a deep breath, I channeled every ounce of strength, pushing back against the sinister energy that sought to envelop me. I would break free, I would confront this abyss of fear, and I refused to let it take my spirit. The entity before me began to swirl violently, the sinister energy coiling tighter, angry at my defiance. "Foolish child," it spat, the voice dripping with contempt. "You believe your light can extinguish the dark? You will know true suffering." A foul wind whirled around me, yanking at my clothes and hair, while I felt an oppressive force pressing down, trying to pin me in place. Through the disorienting chaos, the shadows roared, a swirling storm of anguished faces, each one demanding retribution for a past that tangled in the very fabric of my being. But I remembered the light that had driven me forward, the strength in every bond one had forged, every moment that had filled me with hope. I raised my voice against the cacophony, each word punctuated by raw determination. "I will not be your prisoner. I will not take on your despair." In that moment of defiance, a blinding light erupted from within, radiating outwards, scattering the shadows like dry leaves caught in a gale. The darkness howled in fury, writhing as if it were being torn in half, but the figures around me reached out again, hands trembling, seeking the light as if it were their only salvation. "No," the creature snarled, tendrils writhing frantically as they tried to lash out at me through the blinding brilliance. I felt their rage and fear pushing back, but the luminosity in me swelled, fueled by every ounce of hope I refused to let die. Stronger than their darkness, brighter than their despair. With gritted teeth, I stepped forward, pouring everything into the light, a beacon burning against the dark abyss. I felt the heat build around me, spiraling up like a vortex, pulling the lost souls into its warmth, lifting them away from the chilling grasp of the shadows. The cries of anguish turned into whispers of relief, a haunting melody as they slowly released their grip, drifting toward the light, released from their torment. I pressed on, feeling the weight lifting, but then a new, insidious presence pushed against my mind, featherlight yet suffocating. "Did you think they would be free?" the entity hissed, its voice now layered with twisted delight, rippling through the air like smoke. "They are bound to you. Without your pain, they cannot exist." My heart sank, doubt pooling once again in my chest. The shadows writhed violently again, their agony slicing through every moment of triumph I had felt. They surged forward, chaos exploding as they closed the distance, flinging darkness in a mad frenzy. The light flared and flickered, and I felt the struggle pulling at my core, threatening to siphon away every spark of hope I worked so hard to ignite. Suddenly, from the mass of shadows, grotesque forms clawed their way forward, faces leering and mouths twisted into horrifying grins. There were the figures of people I had once known, each crumbling drop of sorrow pooling back into me like a poisoned wellspring. Everything I had ever repressed clawing to the surface, each moment tied to their bound souls, lost forever in the darkness. I stumbled back, overwhelmed by their presence, memories flooding my thoughts, the weight of regret nearly suffocating me. "This is your legacy," they howled, voices merging in a sickening symphony of despair. "You cannot escape the darkness within," but I refused to succumb. I took a step back, bracing for their charge, and shouted, "You do not define me. I have the power to let go." With that revelation, I cast my thoughts to the forefront. Every moment of love, every glimmer of joy, every bond that connected us in life fueled the flare of light surging inside me once again. The shadows faltered, their grotesque forms flickering as the light engulfed them, illuminating the darkness that held them captive, illuminating the truth hidden in the depths. With a defiant roar, I swept my arms wide, channeling everything into that blaze of hope, pushing against the dark tide. The faces before me shrieked, rippling and distorting as they absorbed the light, each wisp of shadow drawn toward the brilliance radiating from my shattered heart. I was the nexus of every soul lingering in the dark, and with a deep breath, I summoned all my memories, the pain, the joy, the laughter, the love, and I let them flow freely, letting the darkness unravel at the seams. The chamber rattled violently, reverberating with life as the shadows began to fracture and fall away, their howls growing shrill, reverberating off the walls, drowning out the last whispers of despair. The icy tendrils that sought to drag me back disintegrated as I embraced my light, countless luminous threads streaking through the air like fireworks exploding in a sky choked by storm clouds. But just then, a chilling realization struck me, freezing me in place. What would become of the darkness that I had fought? In moments of vulnerability, what if it wasn't gone for good? The question chilled me deeper than the shadows ever could, flooding my mind with doubt. And for a moment, the light flickered again. The creature lunged forward, seizing upon my hesitation. "There you are! You cannot outrun me," it shrieked, and I felt tendrils of darkness lashing around, clawing toward me, hungry, relentless. Each one a whisper of my own fears, seeking to bind me once more to despair. The cacophony of anguished faces swirling back into the void, each one a reminder of what I had cast off as I stumbled back into the oppressive weight of shadows. But I gritted my teeth. "No!" I screamed defiantly, and in that moment, I cast away the fear. I would stand firm, resolute against the storm. The light surged once more, wrapping around me like a protective barrier, pushing out the darkness as I forced my way deeper into the abyss. The chains that grasped at me began to break, moments of clarity flickering brightly, illuminating the shadows around me. Then, a blinding pulse echoed in the chamber, a resonance that rattled the core of the dark realm. The blend of light and shadow collapsed upon themselves, faces engulfed in rivulets of light, screaming and writhing, each one fighting against the darkness that sought to pull them back. And in that crucible of power, something stirred inside, a presence that felt more ancient than anything I had faced. I could feel its pulse, thrumming with age-old sorrow, desire, a hunger that mirrored my own heart. It was the very essence of despair, lurking deep within, waiting to take hold, a visceral part of me that had lain dormant all along. I inhaled sharply, understanding the truth resonating in that chaos. This darkness was not merely outside me, it was within. My heart lurched. What if, in my fight to banish it, I was merely pushing it deeper, feeding it in ways I couldn't fathom? What if every moment of dread was pulling me closer into its grasp? But this time I wouldn't let fear dictate my path. Grabbing hold of every flicker of warmth and light within me, I called forth the memories of laughter, the moments spent in love, and the encouragements that had forged hope in the darkest places. I wouldn't give in. With renewed vigor, I began to weave together the strands of my light, creating a tapestry of steady brilliance that pulsed against the shadows. Within that glow, I felt strength returning, the power to unravel what sought to bind me, both inside and out. The silhouettes began to tremble, those haunting faces flickering with unease as I surged forward, emboldened by my truth. This was my battle, and I would not fall prey to the darkness I had known. As I fought through the confusion, I felt them beginning to dissolve, the anguished cries piercing the air as the shadows sizzled and fell away beneath the caress of the light. I braced for whatever lay ahead, ready to confront the heart of darkness looming just beyond the horizon. Because somewhere below and within surged the true battle, one that promised to echo eternally through the corridors of my struggle. The shadows may have swirled in persistence, a reminder of the pain, but here I stood, prepared to dismantle what had haunted me for far too long. As I pressed deeper into the swirling chaos, the ground rippled beneath my feet like a living thing, pulsing with energy that flickered and dimmed. Horrific echoes of laughter slithered through the air, resonating in bizarre symphonies that twisted my thoughts. Shadows danced and leaped, distorting into nightmarish shapes that loomed larger as I tried to push through. I knew that I had to conquer this darkness, but its voices clawed at my sanity. You are nothing without your fears. Let them in. Embrace the fall, they shrieked, a chorus of despair that wrapped around my throat like a vice. Each word tore at my resolve, but I refused to falter. Instead, I summoned every ounce of light I had, letting it swell within me and cut through the palpable dread. But then came the whispers, soft and seductive, weaving through the air like smoke, creeping into my mind. Remember the things you've lost, they purred with a sinister edge. Images flickered before my eyes. Memories of faces, the laughter of those I'd loved, moments that felt eternally out of reach. You'll never escape. They are part of you now. The heat of their despair seeped into my heart, igniting a familiar ache I thought I had buried long ago. I stumbled, the shadows closing in, savoring the flicker of doubt that crossed my mind. And then the floor beneath me cracked open, jagged fissures racing like a spider's web, swallowing the light I had forged. I felt the cold rush of the abyss clawing at my ankles, its chill creeping up my legs, pulling me into its darkness. Desperately, I tried to steady myself, but as I looked down, I saw hands grasping at me from the depths, ghostly, pale hands filled with sorrow. They twisted and reached, pulling at my clothing, seeking to drag me down into the cold, echoing void. "Help us," a voice whispered, fragile yet laced with desperation and fear. I recognized it. It was a voice I never wanted to hear again. "We are lost because of you. You abandoned us." The weight of recognition crashed over me, a tidal wave of guilt that dragged me further into despair. I gritted my teeth, struggling to breathe, but their fingers were relentless, the icy grip threatening to pull me under. "No!" I gasped, summoning every ounce of willpower. I could not let them bear their weight down on me. I would not give in. In that moment of defiance, I realized the shadows fed on my sorrow, like vultures circling their prey. With a fierce shout, I wrenched away from their grasp, forcing myself to remember who I was, who I could be. The light flared around me again, a radiant explosion that ignited the air, pushing against the oppressive darkness. The anguished faces recoiled, their features melting into the ether as the light expanded outward, illuminating the cavernous trap that had ensnared me. But their wails could still be heard, a kaleidoscope of grief that echoed through the unrelenting darkness. "You can't silence us," they screeched, the cacophony slicing through me like needles. "You cannot hide from the truth." With their screams ringing in my ears, I stumbled backward, spotting a figure in the corner of my vision, a dark silhouette standing partially shrouded in shadow. It flickered, fading and reappearing, each time closer to me, until I saw it clearly, a twisted being, its form human yet grotesquely contorted, eyes black like the void, smirking with malevolence. "Look at what you've become," it taunted, voice oozing with sickly sweetness. "Lost in a memory that can't be real. These shadows are your kin. There your fears and your failures come to life. A shiver ran up my spine, as if I were being stripped bare, exposed to every regret that haunted me. I fought to shake off the weight of its words, refusing to let them burrow into my heart. "You are not my truth," I shouted, pushing against the darkness, forcing myself to find the tether of light. But the figure would not relent. It advanced toward me, trailing tendrils of shadow that slipped into the cracks of the floor like snakes. "And yet you cannot escape us. Each choice has bound you here, to this moment. Your past is a noose, tightening around your throat. With each taunting word, the walls pulsed and shifted, smothering me in a suffocating embrace of despair, a prison of my own creation." Just as fear threatened to overwhelm me, I caught a glimpse of a doorway in the shadows ahead, a faint glimmer of hope flickering like a candle in the wind. The sight ignited a spark within me, pushing me forward despite the trepidation gnawing at my insides. But as I approached the doorway, the shadows lunged, converging on me with a ferocity that sent a shiver through the air. I found myself surrounded, faces leering, hands grasping, eyes filled with a cold and insatiable hunger that threatened to swallow me whole. "You think you can escape?" they hissed, voices merging into an unbearable din. "We will consume you. You will belong to us." I could almost feel the dark energy, smothering and visceral, reaching out, wrapping around my limbs, squeezing tighter until I could barely move. The sensations were overwhelming as I gasped for breath, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. But amidst the chaos, I would not relent. I focused on the light, forcing every ounce of love and hope I had buried deep down to shine through the darkness. As the darkness pressed in, I closed my eyes and concentrated hard, envisioning the warmth wrapping around me, a shield against the cold grasp of despair. Bright lights surged within me, spilling out into the shadows like a sunrise penetrating the night. Each pulse shattered fractured forms that lurked, faces melting away in screams that sent chills down my spine. The shadows thickened, swirling in rage, blurring into a monstrous shape that towered above me, gaping wide with a maw that widened impossibly, filled with glistening teeth crafted from the depths of nightmares. "You think you can climb out of despair? You were born for this. You will always be one of us." Roiling mist filled the air, swirling around as if alive with malice. I felt the despair creep back in with each utterance, chaotic memories tempting me to give in to the darkness once more. But I stood my ground, channeling all that I was, a mix of fear, love, loss, and courage. My heart pounded as I shouted, "I am not afraid. I will not be defined by you." The words pierced through the shroud of darkness, igniting layers of light that bloomed around me, fierce and determined, pushing back against the feral creature. A cacophony erupted as the entity recoiled violently, its form flickering and morphing with rage, chaos erupting around me like wildfire. And yet the shadows lurked, relentless, weaving themselves back into the fabric of my fears. I could feel the remnants of those entangled memories rising up like an insidious tide. "You will pay for that defiance," they screeched, voices merging into a spine-chilling symphony that pushed against every facet of my being. Then silence fell, an eerie, oppressive stillness that twisted the air. I felt my heartbeat slow, the world around me growing darker as the shadows coalesced into a storm of sorrow, churning restlessly. In that quiet, dread slithered close, coiling around my consciousness like a suffocating blanket. Then it came, a pulse, a rhythm like the beating of a drum, thrumming deep within the recesses of my thoughts. Not the heart of my courage, but a heartbeat of the darkness that synchronized with my own. It had become a part of me, a twisted reflection that I had fought so hard to separate myself from. The walls of the chamber began to close in, and I felt the weight of 1,000 memories crash against me, erasing the last remnants of my resolve. I staggered back, drowning in the deluge, as visions of those I had lost surged forth, faces emerging from the darkness, hands reaching out with a desperate urgency, each one a reminder of my failures. my regrets. "Mama," a child's voice called, sweet and clear, cutting through the chaos, hitting me like a dagger in the heart. "Help me!" Those words pierced into my chest. I spun around, seeking the source, terror clawing at my insides. A small figure stood just beyond the veil of shadows, the outline of a child, aglow with an otherworldly light that flickered like a candle's flame. The sweetness of innocence pulled at my soul, heart clenching at the sight. "Please," the child's voice echoed, pure and pleading. "Please don't leave me." I felt my heart ache with the weight of that simple request. "Stay with me," it cried, its form shimmering with desperation, eyes wide and terrified. "Don't let them take me too." In an instant, the chilling truth twisted my insides. A realization that this child was me, lost in the memories and shadows of my past, trapped in a cycle of overwhelming despair. The darkness surged, seeking to trap us both, reaching out with shadowy tendrils that coiled ominously around the child's feet. "Join us," the voices resounded, gaining strength, looming ominously as the figure grew closer. "You can't escape. You belong to the dark." "No!" I shouted, my voice fierce against the flooding tide of despair. "I will not let this happen. I will save you." Gathering every ounce of strength, I pushed forward, rushing toward the ethereal figure, light radiating brilliantly around me, forcing the shadows back as if they were mere fog. But as I neared, a brutal darkness lashed out, filling the air with a suffocating chill that wrapped around my throat like barbed wire. "You can't win," a voice growled, venom dripping from its words, pulling me back into the abyss, stifling my desperate resolve. "Stay away from her," I cried, the urgency propelling me forward. Each step felt heavier as shadows clung to me, but my heart burned with determination. The light pulsed stronger somehow, resonating with the child's cry, illuminating the dark chamber with a brilliant glow, tearing through the fog of despair. In that relentless chaos, a connection surged between the flickering light and my heart. "Don't let go," I pleaded, my arms finally reaching out, grabbing that shimmering form until the shadows recoiled, howling in rage at their hold slipping away. The darkness writhed, bitter and furious, intensifying its attempts to reclaim what had begun to escape. "You are a coward. You will always be trapped in this cycle." But the bond between us pulsed with fierce resolve, illuminating the darkness that twisted around us. I felt the pain of my past intertwining with our joined spirits, amplifying the brilliance of light as it pushed back against the encroaching shadows, shattering the smoke that sought to bind us. Together, we let out a resounding cry. "We are not afraid." And in that moment, the shadows fractured, splintering against the surge of light, rage giving way to an unyielding force of truth. The screams faded into the night, swirling into nothingness as the shadows evaporated, releasing a purifying surge of warmth against the oppressive chill. But the depths of this dark place still loomed before me, a vast expanse of uncertain terrors eager to reclaim their hold. I could sense remnants of despair lurking at the edges, and deep inside me lay the doubt that threatened to rise once more with insidious intent. Yielding now would mean surrendering to the relentless shadows that lingered and twisted, ready to pounce on my next moment of weakness. Yet, as I gazed at the ethereal memory of my younger self shining brightly before me, I felt the flickering remnants of hope transform into a blazing fire within. Rising slowly, I lifted my chin, embracing the light and forcing it to illuminate my path as I stepped forward. I could feel the power surging within, ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead, knowing that the battle was far from over. Because in the depths of the shadows, the true terror awaited, the heart of my own fears, where the darkest echoes lingered, waiting for the chance to own me once more. With renewed determination, I marched forward into the unnerving depths of the dark realm. Each step echoed like a heartbeat through the empty abyss, the shadows pulsating around me as if they were alive, watching. I could sense the heart of darkness lurking ahead, a cold presence that chilled the air, making every hair on my body stand on end. The atmosphere grew heavier, each breath feeling like ice clawing down my throat, as if the very essence of despair had turned into a living thing, ready to ensnare me again. A low growl rippled through the darkness, reverberating against the cold stone walls. The shadows thickened, melding into a dark mass that shifted and swirled, coiling like a serpent. And within it, I saw eyes, dozens of eyes, glowing faintly with malice, each one reflecting my deepest fears. They were accusing, ravenous, desperate for my surrender. I could almost hear their whispers rising again, echoing through the cavernous space. "You're alone. You're lost." The words echoed around me like a sinister lullaby, seeking to weave their way into my mind. Then, out of that growing mass, a figure emerged, twisted and contorted, impossibly elongated, with limbs straining at unnatural angles. Its head was an abomination, featureless and smooth, save for a mouth that split open into a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth that dripped shadows instead of saliva. It advanced on me slowly, and I could feel the shadows parting, wrapping around it like smoke, clinging to its body as it moved. "You thought you could conquer your fears?" It hissed, voice low and thick, oozing menace. "You're nothing but a fragile spark in a sea of darkness." The air crackled around us as the chilling words slithered into my ears, freezing my thoughts and sending shivers down my spine. I could feel my bravado waver, like a candle in a howling wind threatened to snuff it out. But deep within me, the flicker of hope ignited again, pushing back against the creeping dread. "I am more than my fears," I shouted, my voice rising against the tangible weight of despair. "I embrace my pain. I acknowledge my truth." With those words, vibrate with furious purpose, I raised both hands, summoning the light that had grown within me. A radiant glow escaped from my palms, expanding outward, illuminating the shadows that writhed in hatred. For a moment, the mass of darkness recoiled, hesitating before surging forward again, relentless and furious. I could feel its rage, the very essence of every scream and every tear of anguish I had ever experienced returning, wrapping around my throat like a serpent. "You think this light can save you? You are nothing without your fear." But I stood firm, and the light within me flared brighter than ever, reminding me of all I had endured, all I had loved and lost. With each moment of clarity, every memory of warmth, I pushed the light toward the creature, the glow burning brighter, searing light against malevolence. Almost instinctively, I called upon every ounce of love and hope buried deep inside me. The shadow beast howled, a horrible cacophony that turned the air to ice, its form beginning to sizzle and turn as the light engulfed it. The eyes that had watched me with ill intent began to blink out one by one, the echoes of fear shrieking in anguish. "No, you cannot do this," it screeched. "You cannot escape." Just as the maw lunged toward me, I thrust my hands forward with every ounce of determination I could muster. The explosion of light collided with the darkness, and for a moment, time seemed to stretch, and I felt the very fabric of reality begin to tear apart. The shadows erupted in a brilliant flash, blindingly bright, fusing together in a whirlwind of confusion, screams fading into a cacophony of silence. Then there was nothing but stillness. I stood alone in the sudden, unnerving quiet, surrounded by the remnants of fading shadows. The ground beneath me felt solid once more, no longer shifting beneath my feet. My heart raced, but I knew somewhere deep down that the grasp of darkness could not hold me. Through the disquiet, I realized I had chosen to return not only to light, but also to acceptance. A soft light bathed the chamber, flickering above me like stars, revealing the truth. The shadows were remnants of my past that I could acknowledge without succumbing to their pull. They were merely shadows, fragments of my fears and losses that could not define me any longer. Slowly, I turned, seeing the walls where darkness had once lurked, now lined with the soft glow of hope and healing. And with that realization, I started to walk away from the abyss, the warmth within me blazing defiantly. The remnants of shadows sifted away into the air like smoke dissipating, a promise that I had finally reclaimed my truth. I had turned my pain into power, emerging stronger from the darkness that once sought to consume me. I had faced my fears and emerged not as a victim, but as a survivor, carrying the unbreakable light within. In the distance, whispers of those I had lost mingled with the soft murmurs of a new dawn. They were no longer dark specters, tormenting my soul, but memories of love and laughter that drove me forward. I walked toward the entrance, a sense of peace washing over me and a future unshackled by dread stretching out before me. The shadows would always be a part of me, but their hold had shattered. I took a deep breath, feeling the light grow ever brighter as I stepped into a new beginning. The door to the darkness closed behind me, sealing away the horrors I had faced and the fears I had conquered. And as the world around me brightened, I smiled, knowing that I was no longer lost to the shadows. I had become the light. As I stepped into the new expanse, I felt a surge of victory thrumming within my veins, echoing through every corner of my being. The shadows were not gone forever, but they were no longer mine to bear. I had embraced the truth of who I was, and in doing so, I had chosen to shine.